Good evening and welcome to the March 18th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, and Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Tonight, our invocation will be by Pastor Mobley of Victory Baptist Church. If we could stand for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge to the flag.
Good evening. Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask your continual blessings upon the citizens of the city of East Point, specifically upon their elected leader, this mayor, and the city council, their staffs, employees of the city of East Point, and all of us so that we can work together to make East Point a city of excellence. Bless us by your presence and your power. In your name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Chief, are you really our Sergeant at Arms this evening? Oh, okay. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson, but standing in for him right now is our Chief of Police, Sean Buchanan. We will go to presentations and announcements. And before we start, I definitely want to just share what we've shared earlier. We shared it last week, and then an announcement today that shares specific projects in East Point. But the city of East Point is part of a coalition to receive $50 million in federal grants for multi-use trail connecting the Atlanta Beltline and Flint River. And the projects will reconnect Southside communities long divided by major infrastructure. And so thanks to the Biden-Harris bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as the unwavering support of Senators Ossoff, Senator Warnock, and Congresswoman Williams, and U.S. Secretary Pete Buttigieg, the funding, this is a multi-city, multi-jurisdictional, so it's College Park, it's Clayton County, it's Atlanta. There's a lot of moving parts. The total grant was over $200 million, but specifically for Southside was $50 million. And for East Point, what that specifically means is that engineering and construction of a 1.6 mile multi-use trail along Highway 29, so that's our Main Street corridor, to be able to connect our East Point path to the Atlanta Beltline. Planning for future construction of a 1.7 mile multi-use trail along Main Street. And that section runs along Main Street, beginning at the current East Point LCI project at Washington Road to the College Park MARTA station in the city of College Park. And then the other is planning for future construction of a 1 mile multi-use trail along Willingham Road. And this section would run between Main Street and Normanberry Drive in the city of East Point. And the route runs along the headwaters of the Flint River and provides easy access to the Boys and Girls Club in College Park, as well as Egan Park, without a car. And so the 1.6 along US Highway 29, our Main Street, will be between downtown East Point at the Lakewood MARTA station, just north of Langford Parkway. So this will reconnect Colonial Hills neighborhood, which was bisected by the construction of Langford Parkway in the 1960s. And the federal grant serves as a key mechanism to fulfill the vision of Finding the Flint, which is a community-led effort coordinated by East Point's own Hannah Palmer to restore the upper Flint River and address stormwater and flooding issues and reconnect neighborhoods through the East Point trails and parks. And so Hannah and ARC came and presented to us prior to us submitting an application. And so she has been leading this work for years, and she's an East Point resident. And we are very grateful for her work and her diligence and her persistence and then her also convening the region to help bring this funding. So it is 100% federal grant, meaning there is absolutely zero matching dollars. So it will be, those projects will be fully funded through this grant opportunity. So definitely want to again thank our senators, Ossoff Warnock, Congresswoman Nakima Williams, and U.S. Secretary Pete Buttigieg, as well as the Biden-Harris administration for allowing, granting East Point as a part of this coalition, the funding that is absolutely going to continue to connect our communities and allow us to have more livable, walkable spaces within our community, in our downtown, and connecting to the Beltline and also down into the Aerotropolis area. So next up, we have United Way Learning Space. And so I asked Pastor Paul Thibodeau with Impact Church to join us this evening. I had an awesome opportunity a couple weeks ago, maybe last week, to stop by. I got there at the very end, but they have received, I believe it's a grant from United Way to have an early learning space at their church 1 day a week. And the United Way of Greater Atlanta has these early learning spaces throughout the metro Atlanta area. And so what it provides is from 10 to 12, I believe on Wednesday, at Impact Church, early children birth to, I think, 5, can go there and actually participate in learning activities. So for those who may be in daycare, being, watched by family members, this gives them an opportunity. Home-based daycare gives them an opportunity to come socialize with other youth and also learn, and they provide one like every day of the week. So I want to bring Pastor Thibodeau up to share more about that great opportunity at Impact Church. I want to make sure that the community knows that this is a available resource. And then I also want to share with council an opportunity for us to expand that in East Point. Pastor Thibodeau.
Testing, okay. Thank you, Mayor, and greetings to City Council. These multi-generational spaces allow for caregivers and children, as the Mayor mentioned, from birth to 5 to connect, play, and learn. The whole idea that came from this is as we look at our reading scores of our 3rd grade children and really trying to figure out what is the foundation of trying to help those reading scores become better and be a better example of what our children are capable of doing and succeeding through their academic career. And so these multi-generational spaces are community-based learning initiatives that they bring positive development and assist family and friends and neighbors who are caring for young children. And so what happens in these learning spaces, which are a couple hours, 10 to 12 each Wednesday, the children learn how to foster curiosity, discovery, language, literacy, and they learn this within the learning spaces. And they spend half of the time with instructors from United Way that are certified to help teach. They spend half the time with the instructors, and then the other half, they go back to their parents and they spend that last half with their parents. And so ultimately what happens is the parents become better teachers at home. So they are learning beyond the academic space how to teach their children to prepare for school. And so ultimately what this does is help children learn how to read, which then will help their self-esteem and help better students once they get into their academic elementary learning. And the learning spaces bring joyful and multi-sensory learning through stories, singing, and child-directed play. And so in our first experience in the first month, we've already outgrown our space from the parents that are interested in bringing their children. And it's an exciting time to hear, as I mentioned, the singing and the storytelling. It's an exciting time to hear every Wednesday for those 2 hours, the voices of children that are in their early learning stages. And not only that, it's exciting to see the parents that are getting an opportunity to learn along with their children. And it's curriculum based, so it's more than just a time to have playtime. It's a time to learn. And it's been an exciting event. And I certainly would love to see as many people that can have learning spaces, because the more learning spaces we have, the more children that we will have to learn, the more children that we will have to learn, the better equipped our children will be for our schools. And the better equipped our children are for schools, then the better their academic school day will be. And the better the academic school day will be, then the more children we can create going to college or trade school. And the more that we can do that, then we can certainly better the homes and have wonderful citizens to add to our community.
Thank you so much, Pastor Thibodeau, for sharing. Does anyone have any questions of Pastor Thibodeau or comments? If not, when I attended, I did speak with the United Way representative, and there's opportunity and desire to actually have more spaces in the city of East Point that provide these opportunities. And so I'm asking that council authorize staff to explore through conversations with United Way, ways that we can partner with them through our Parks and Recreation program to actually have one of these days per week be located at our Parks and Rec Center over by the Tri-Cities High School. And so, again, there haven't been any conversations to flesh this out. I think it's important that if this is something that we want to consider and explore, that council have the information early on and prior to staff exploring, so that they're not wasting their time or don't have the directive from council, that we give them that authority to explore. Again, explore, no commitment. I'm thinking if council allows them to explore, they would be able to come back at a future meeting, maybe work session, and explore, share with United Way what those discussions have been and what the possibilities may be. But I think it is definitely something that we should consider exploring and allow staff to do that.
And may I add,
Pastor Thibodeau.
if I may add, for just everybody to imagine, rather than waiting for our children to get into school and establish mentoring programs and training programs to help them read while they're in school, can you imagine what will happen if they are learning that at home before they get to school? So then they're already ahead to where they will be once they get there. And that's what this program is all about.
Thank you so much, Pastor Thibodeau. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So what is the ask?
Give the city manager the authority to explore bringing the United Way learning space to East Point Parks and Rec, and bring information back to council.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Pastor.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Next up is our Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs presents Trees Atlanta updates and future projects. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we'll have Shalord Pinkett, our Parks and Recreation Director, tee it up for us.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to introduce Mr. Mike, I always mess his last name up, Visaquero. He is the Business Development Director for Trees Atlanta. Back in 2020, I met Mike when I became the interim director at that time of the department, and we did a tree planting project at our rec center. Mike and I have stayed in great touch over the years, and we did a tree planting, I think at 21, right in front of the gym. So at that time, we actually became a member of the 1 Million Trees Initiative with surrounding cities that's like Hapeville, College Park, where we look to put new plants out. And Mike's team has done a great job of helping us with a lot of the invasive growth. I know we just had a conversation regarding the trails and the paths that we built. Some of the trails that we built most recently are in wooded areas. Mike's team does a great job of keeping those things under control with overgrowth and actual new tree planting. So I wanted him to come out and talk about a little bit about their history with East Point, and also talk about some future projects that we're working on.
Thank you, Shalord. Thank you for having me, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me. So I want to give, I'm not sure if people are familiar with Trees Atlanta, so if I could just have a minute, I want to give you a little background on who we are so that you know what we do. We've been around since 1985. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization with a mission to protect the tree canopy throughout Metro Atlanta. We started out in 1985 in downtown Atlanta, but we have expanded now. We're working with 13 different municipalities and counties throughout the metro area, so East Point certainly being one of those. We have a number of different programs. The thing that we're probably best known for is our tree planting and tree care. So each year we plant about 8,500 trees in those 13 different municipalities that we work with. The program that we're working most closely with Shalord on is our Neighborhoods program, which involves volunteer planting. And so this is really an engagement opportunity for the community to come together and beautify their own neighborhood, their own streets. We plant in parks, we plant anywhere we can find a tree, and we plant the right tree in the right place. It's very important because I know certain trees that have been planted in the past are not in the right place, and they're starting to cause some problems in all the cities we work in. We also do, as Shalord mentioned, forest restoration. This is very important. You can drive on any street around Metro Atlanta, and you're going to see English ivy and wisteria and kudzu destroying many of the trees that are near and dear to my heart for sure. But it's a problem that we have to address. And every city around the metro area is having this issue. So what we do is we go in and over a multi-year period, we remove those invasive plants, come back and replant with native trees, shrubs, whatever it might be. And that's what we're doing in a big way in Conley Park. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. One of our other big projects, we work on the Atlanta Beltline Arboretum. So we don't do the infrastructure, that's what the Beltline does. We do the green stuff that comes behind it, where we shade the trail, we add beautification, we bring nature to the city along these trails that are all over Metro Atlanta. And that's something that we're going to continue to work on for the next 10 or 15 years until the Beltline is done. And then finally, we also have education program for both youth and adults. We do that in schools. We have summer camps, we have spring break camps. We train adults how to take care of trees in their own yard, in their neighborhoods. And then finally, our workforce development program is the newest program. The one I want to highlight here is our youth tree team. We have, this is a program that's high school employment over the summer. All the kids who work with us earn between $11.50 and $15 per hour. We have two students from Tri-Cities that are part of our cohort for this year that are in the application process. We hope to have 65 students hired this summer from June through July. So those two students are part of our process right now. We'll see if they make it through, hopefully so. As far as our work in East Point, we are restoring forests here. The main one that we've been working in over the last 10 years almost now is Conley Nature Park. Conley has had some serious issues with invasive plants, and so we started out in 2017 with a small grant, and we've been working in some small areas of the park along with Shalord's team over the last 7 or 8 years, but that funding has now expired. Now, the good thing is Microsoft, as you know, building a data center in town, they have approached us and given us a grant that we are then channeling into the city of East Point. And one of the places we're going to be doing that is at Conley Nature Park with a significant acceleration of our work there to remove invasive plants. You can see that the tree on the right side of the presentation here is a Hank Aaron tree. It's the champion, it's the largest white oak in all of Metro Atlanta. So that's a champion tree that we continue to care for in the park there. But moving forward, we've applied for a $52,000 grant for Sumner Park, Shady Grove Cemetery, and Conley Nature Park to continue our work in those 3 areas and to add 350 native trees and plants. That has not been approved yet, but we believe it will be through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And then finally, we have a plan in place, hopefully for 2025 and beyond for Sykes Park, which also has some challenges with invasive plants. So we're looking to do a lot of things in terms of restoring the beautiful parks that you have here in East Point. And then finally, I'm not going to run through all these. It's a little long. It was shorter when I put it together. But we started planting here in 2018 when the Super Bowl was in town. So the NFL brought some funding. Aerotropolis CIDs provided some funding, and as well as the city and Trees Atlanta. Shalord mentioned the trees we planted at Jefferson Rec Center. And we also planted some trees at the Georgia Sports Park 3 years ago to help shade their area. Now, what's coming up now, we are going to complete a planting in the Center Park neighborhood. We planted 37 trees there last year. We'll plant 13 here in about 2 weeks to finish off that project, partially funded by Microsoft. And then also we're going to be planting 100 trees over 2 different weekends in the Jefferson Park neighborhood on the 23rd and 30th of March. It's going to be on about 7 or 8 different streets. It's really going to help to reforest that community. That is through a Bank of America grant. And then finally, we'll be planting an additional 65 trees Near the velodrome, the path trail that's along the velodrome, we're going to be shading that trail to make it much more friendly to folks in the middle of the summer. Adding trees at Sumner Park and Conley Nature Park as well. And that's a combination of funding from both Microsoft and Bank of America. And then finally, next fall, we will plant an additional 35 trees with funding from Microsoft. And we hope to keep building on that with our partnership with the company and with the city. So I appreciate your attention. Thank you very much. And take any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember Mitchell?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm right here. Could you speak on Sykes Park? I didn't catch the timeline for Sykes Park.
So it's probably something that Shalord would be better speaking of. We had talked
Okay.
about 3 different parks that needed specific attention. It was Sykes, Sumner, and Conley. All have significant issues with invasive plants, particularly I believe it's kudzu and English ivy.
So we, I think this is like 2021, we built some bike trails and then we had the trails that's been there for years. So his team is going to be going in those areas to make sure a lot of the overgrowth is not destroying the route of the paths that we built in that park.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. And it's funny that you're here today because I just spoke about you earlier today. So one of the residents had asked about planting trees on Hogan Road. So what do you do with regards to, is there a suggestion box? I mean, how do you decide where you're going to plant those trees? Because I had a resident that asked about on a specific street.
So typically it does come from community request for us to
Okay.
come in and plant. So we will meet with community leaders, meet with city leadership if necessary, and talk about where trees are desired. And then we have coordinators that work specifically with those communities to try to figure out where the trees can go, what type of species will go well there. We certainly do not want to plant very large trees right next to streets or under power lines. Those are 2 big concerns. But we want to plant the biggest tree we can that's appropriate for the site. So it's all about community involvement. Trees Atlanta almost always matches any funding that's available for trees by bringing that and trying to make the planting bigger than it would be otherwise. And then we also have 2 years of care where we come back and water the trees the first 2 years, give it an initial pruning and try and make it structurally sound so it's going to last a long time.
Thank you so much. So how do we go about the process of, doing the community meeting? Is that facilitated through Shalord or?
Shalord can certainly play the liaison between us and the community on that. And then we will simply set up a meeting between our coordinator can come down and meet with the community and talk to them about what they envision and what they'd like to see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I yield.
Councilmember Ziegler?
Good evening. Thank you so much for coming tonight. I have a couple of questions for you. So when you talk about invasive species, do you also include breadfruit pear trees?
That is certainly an invasive, yes. We're not fans, but
You're not fans yet. And so you're planning on removing those as well?
as long as you plan on replacing them with something else, it's great. But yes, they are certainly invasive. They spread and they are not very sound structurally, so they can be a real damaging plant in the middle of the city.
Thank you. And I've seen on your Trees Atlanta website where people can volunteer to, help remove English ivy and things like that at Sykes Park and Conley Nature Preserve and stuff like that. I would love to support that more. I just would like some heads up and would like to know when those things are happening.
Yep.
And so, in order for me to help support that, I just need to know when it takes place.
So our plan was to do this presentation to update you all on what we're doing with Trees Atlanta the last, 20 plus years. But we'll be putting out a notification on tomorrow through our communications about our volunteer opportunities for the days they're going to be doing the tree planting.
Okay.
All right.
And thank you for coming into our city and planting a lot of trees. That's really exciting. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
I was looking at you, but I hadn't called your name. Councilmember Freely.
I saw you looking. Thank you again for the presentation. I think Trees Atlanta planted the crepe myrtles in front of my house maybe 20 years ago, so thank you for that. I think you hinted at this, but I just want to confirm, there is a lot of kudzu and ivy in Sumner Park, especially along the trees that are sort of along the little creek. Mm-hmm. Is that part of what's planned to try to clean that out?
So that would be funded through the National Fish and Wildlife Grant that we've applied for. We've been very successful in achieving those grants, so we're hopeful that that's going to come through, and that would be specifically applied to Sumner as one of our key areas. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. When my daughter was 3, so this is a long time ago, we planted a tree over in the Center Park area. I'm not sure if it was through Trees Atlanta, but we have photos and we named it. I let her name the tree. It's called Banana, and we actually driven by to see like its growth. But thank you for being here. You mentioned community meetings, and so I think we need to. And you can talk about it with the city manager, with management operationally around whether or not it's one town hall meeting for like everyone or whether or not we do them in each ward. I think we need to know the total number of trees that we be talking about in those community meetings so that we don't overpromise and underdeliver. But I think as we think about that, it's either one town hall about it or maybe in each ward if there are enough to designate, like we'll do X number in this ward or X number in that ward. So, but thank you both so much for this update. Thank you for the partnership in supporting and investing in East Point and helping us to ensure that we have maintain a nice tree canopy throughout our city. We greatly appreciate you.
Very happy to do it. Thank you.
So the next item is the Public Arts Master Plan, and I put this on. We have a number of new council members. This ordinance was adopted in, I believe it was June 17th of 2019, and the ordinance approved the Public Arts Master Plan. We just did that one. No problem. The ordinance approved the Public Arts Master Plan, and it also established the creation of a Public Arts Commission. And I think it's important that we get this commission active. Is one that even I had forgotten about. I know this application process is different. Actually, the city manager's office accepts applications, formal applications for it. Back in 2019, there was the communication went out from Economic Development Department and had an announcement about the application opening. The application was online and looked like it might have been up there for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And then once those applications, and there's certain criteria that have to be met, once those applications are provided to the city manager office, then recommendations are made to us. And there's an appointment by each person individually. So the mayor and each council member has the ability to appoint someone to the commission. I think it's important. There have been a number of arts activities in the city, and that's great. And there's actually one on the agenda tonight. I think we need to make sure that we actually have this commission in place, because actually the method of selecting artists and selecting the art throughout the city is through the public art staff in consultation with the Public Art Commission. And so having this in place, it could be an open competition. There are a number of different processes explained in the artist selection portion of the Arts Master Plan, starting on page 24. I think it goes through like 26. But I wanted to bring this to our attention so that, again, we can initiate that process. I'm sure the applications that we received back in 2019, there may have been a lot of changes back then. I think we need to reopen that up. From what I could tell in my research, there was a link. So there's an application that already exists or that we used back then that we can look at revamping, and that we can ideally, if we're able to open it and get some recommendations within a month, that would be great. So that would give us maybe the last council meeting in April so that we can activate this Public Arts Commission, so that as we are moving forward and infusing more and more arts within our community, that we are utilizing this Public Arts Master Plan and the Public Arts Commission that was established again on June 17, 2019. So I wanted to bring this up. There's another item later, but I don't know, Mr. Pinkett, if you are familiar with the application that we had before and the process, if you were involved. It looked like Economic Development Department sent the communication out, but maybe there was involvement with your department.
We actually had some conversation. I will have to take a look at that because it was in 2019 before I became in this position here, but I'm going to review that. And we've had some discussions about the particular agenda item that's on here tonight to go through the process that you just mentioned.
Does council have any questions? It's attached, the ordinance and the Public Arts Master Plan are attached to the agenda in this presentation section. And then we could also ask the city clerk to make sure she emails it to everyone. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. My question is, the Public Arts Commission, do council, if I can remember correctly, do we have to appoint someone to that board?
Yeah, so after that city manager gets the application, like the formal applications are submitted to the city manager. Hold on, let me look at it. Oh, I need the ordinance. After he accepts it, then they make a recommendation and provide that information to us. And then we select, each person gets to appoint one person to the commission. Says all applicants meeting the criteria shall be forwarded to the mayor and council. So if we have 20 that meet the criteria, we'll get all of their names, and then we will be able to select from that list of names. All right, thank you so much. The last presentation is the last presentation is Medicaid redetermination. So Senator Sonia Halperin, she was here last month this month. I feel like it's this 1 week off has thrown me off, but at our March 4th meeting with our state delegation, people who are on Medicaid have to go through redetermination, and there's been a lot of there's been some outreach, but there's concern around awareness. There are hundreds of thousands of people who actually have not submitted. And we had a South Fulton Municipal Association meeting. I think it was in last year, like in August, and we talked about this. Maybe it was later. And there was a plan initially to try to have a day where all 8 cities in South Fulton did a community outreach to get more people registered or to submit their redetermination information. We never were able to do all 8 cities. This past Saturday, the 16th, she hosted one with the city of Union City to have a Medicaid redetermination. Again, they have caseworkers on site to help people navigate the process. It was challenging. People might not remember their passwords and a number of different things. So they'll have trained caseworkers on site to help them navigate through and review their eligibility and submit documents. And so she would like to actually do one of these Medicaid determination events in the city of East Point. The city annex, we think, would be the ideal location. That is right across the street from our public housing development within the city. And so the transportation barrier could be alleviated. Not sure of the date. Initially, they were looking at April the 6th, but I said that I would share it with council tonight to get council support for this event and not make it a town hall, but make it get council approval to have the event here in the city of East Point and leave the day open so that they can kind of work through that. It would be, I think the time would be like 8 to 3, but during the day. And they would like to use the city annex. And then if council approves it, they'll continue to plan and figure out actually which date it could be held on.
Madam Mayor.
Shropshire and then Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we allow Senator Sonia Halperin to use the city annex for the Medicaid redetermination.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Butler.
Yes, I was going to second the motion.
Okay. Discussion? All those opposed, motion carries. And as soon as the information is available, we'll make sure we get that out. I received something interesting in the email today before, I saw it in my email before I came out, that we are doing a stream cleanup and that volunteers are needed for the East Point Water and Sewer Stream cleanup at Lexington 2 apartment complex on Ben Hill Road on Saturday, April 6th, 2024, starting at 10 a.m. So help us save water from pollution, and any questions that you may have or concerns, you can contact 404-270-7189. Again, that's 404-270-7189. Lexington 2 apartment complex cleanup on Ben Hill Road on April the 6th at 10 a.m. Also, the Healthy Point kicked off this past Saturday. Thank you to everyone who helped coordinate that event and make it a success. And to the when I last asked them, I think we were at 151 before the event. And I know we had people registering on site. Last year, we had over 300 registered participants. And so tonight, they were able to participate in Chair Fit and total body workout, and I believe Pilates. We have yoga, we have Zumba, we have bounce, we have walkaholics, we have strength and conditioning training, and all of this information is on the city's website. If you click on announcement events, those events are a part of that, and so there'll be ongoing information and communication. The great thing about this is that the registration for the Healthy Point 90-day initiative is open the whole entire time, but the longer you wait to register, the less you won't have as many opportunities to earn the incentives along the way. So thank you to Parks and Rec and to communications, police, fire, everyone who helped make it a success. And we are now on our journey to being healthier. And we know that that journey is not a 90-day journey. It is actually 365 days a year, every day. But this is an opportunity to connect with other East Pointers. It's open to people who don't live in East Point as well, but this is an opportunity to continue to grow our health community so we can have partners as we strive to be healthier every day. Are there any board appointments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have one board appointment.
Go ahead,
I'd like to appoint Dr. Colbert Lovett to the Agricultural Commission Board.
Is that the local food ecosystem?
Local food ecosystem.
It's moved and properly seconded.
Thank you.
That Colbert Lovett be appointed to the Local Food Ecosystem Commission Board. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Any other appointments this evening? All right. We don't have any committee reports, but I think we'll be starting up our committee meetings this month and next month. So we'll soon have those. Adoption of the council agenda. And before we do that, that's what I wanted to do. This agenda is a combined agenda because we didn't have our work session on last week. And so if we like, there are a number of items on here. If we want to discuss them tonight, we can. If there's some that we want to put on the April work session, we can do that as well. And we can make that a part of the motion in adopting the council agenda. Councilmember Shropshire.
Madam Mayor, can we do consent agenda?
Yes, we can also, that's another thing. So after, let's go through items. Guess we started like 8 through 13. I think that's where other items start, to see if we want to move any of those, and then we can go through the others to see if we want to create a consent agenda and put those items on there as well.
We can move 8 to the work session.
To the April work session?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember, you can go next. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if we can move both of my items, number 12 and number 13, to the April 1st regular scheduled meeting, please.
Okay. April 1st. Do you want these as presentation? I think they're supposed to be bringing information back, right?
Correct. The 30, 60, 90-day plan will be a presentation, and then the utility disconnection processes and procedures will be an agenda item.
Okay. Got that, Madam City Clerk. Any other items?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item number 22, I'd like to have that moved to the April 8th work session.
Councilmember Butler?
Yes, item number 9 should be moved to the April 8th work session.
Okay. Do we have an update on the solicitation for the whistleblower process tonight? Are we ready on that tonight or April 1st?
Madam Mayor, staff is reviewing the questions. We extend the deadline for the RFP, and staff is right now, those questions are under review. We're responding to those questions. And if we have any additional issues, we'll come to you or the council to kind of get feedback on them. But I think right now, staff is going to complete that here shortly, answering the questions that came from some of the proposers that have submitted questions.
So maybe we put it on the April work session and it'll either come to us as just an agenda item or maybe a contract or solicitation review.
I think the 8th would be good to discuss it at the work session. April.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grievance policy, Councilmember Cummings?
I want to keep that, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Schrock?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't see where we could squeeze it in on the agenda.
So just share what the issue is and we can talk to the city.
All right. So the issue is this. There are communities in Ward D that are experiencing environmental issues. Right now, we have the opportunity to apply for a grant that would help us receive funds to build a privacy wall for the residents in Sun Valley. We have two options. One is to go through a grant process, and the other one is for the city to build a wall, and that would be getting the access to those residents' property of 20 feet. But if it is the will of this council, I would like to call up.
No, so right now we're just trying to figure out whether or not something needs to be placed on the agenda. You were saying that there's a grant, something due on
There's a
March
grant
22nd.
opportunity. In order for us to apply for the grants, we have to have a grant completed and filled out and submitted to the GDOT representative for
So-
East Point.
Madam Mayor, so before she go into all the details, can we just keep it on the agenda?
It's not.
That's the thing. It's not on right now. So what Councilmember Martin Rogers is attempting to do is, one, as it relates to the grant that is due on March 22nd, is there a need for council approval? Because if so, today would be our last meeting before that. If there's no council approval needed, then you still would be able to apply. That's the question about whether or not we need to ask that it be added to the agenda so that we can have that discussion, because the grant is due on March 22nd. Mr. Brown?
Well, it's March 18th, so we need a motion here directing staff to make application for this grant program so we can get the ball moving.
Okay, so with that, right, I'm trying to figure out where, so since it's not actually on the agenda, we won't make it a consent agenda item. We'll need to make it an agenda item. And so what is the name of the grant, Mr. Brown? Are you familiar? Or do we just say the environmental grant? Mr. Attorney Hartley, how specific do I need to be on this agenda item that we had?
Madam Mayor, I don't think you have to be terribly specific. I believe the council member mentioned that it was a GDOT grant potentially, so you could say something like to apply for the Georgia Department of Transportation grant would be
Okay.
sufficient.
So there's gonna be as to add to the agenda, which would be item number 31. Council approval of staff submitting grant application to GDOT for environmental concerns. All right, I still have some more in. Councilmember Butler, can you press your mic really quick? Okay, it's changed. I think I saw your light on earlier than Councilmember Cummings.
Okay.
They kind of asked, I was going to ask what the deadline was and kind of make the same comment as the city manager. And I wanted to know, I could save this, but do we know how much this, have we done an analysis on how much the sound barrier would cost? That's another question.
I'm not sure if they've necessarily gotten that far, but they're trying to get the grant for it.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Since you kind of spoke about a deadline for the 22nd, there was one also that a grant program. It's going to be appropriation funds from Senator Warnock and and Senator Ossoff with regards to ambulances, transportation. I know there's always an issue with. We've talked several times about extended wait times for waiting for a transport unit on EMS calls. And speaking with our lobby representative, Jennifer Emo, she spoke about possible grant money that's there for the city to purchase, grant money for the city to allow the city to purchase ambulances. What we kind of do is sort of mimic the program, something that they have in Atlanta. When Grady is at level 0, which means that they no longer have transport units, all the units are out at that particular time. If we have ambulances here on site in the city of East Point, we're able to transport patients to hospital facilities. So, I mean, I know because we're missing that void with the hospital that's here. But it still doesn't stop, heart attacks, strokes, and people still need to get to those facilities, to the, if it's Grady or Emory, wherever it is that they're going to be transported. What this grant will allow is for us to purchase ambulances. So the application, the deadline for it is the 22nd as well. So I was wondering, I guess my ask would be I know. But I didn't know because I had already, the fire department, this information had been passed on to Chief Thornton as well. And they kind of started to work on it, but I'm just seeing now since Councilmember Martin Rogers it seems to be kind of the same thing. So I didn't want to.
I think you're that's duly noted because we received communication from Congressman Scott, Congresswoman Williams, Senator Ossoff, and Senator Warnock. I'm trying to pull up the in the past, council hasn't necessarily approved them. I think staff has submitted. Where's my email?
Okay, I just
but because we're in this vein and we won't have another meeting, I'm just trying to pull up one of the emails so we could use that name. I think it's the same name for all of them. The earmark is kind of generally what they call it, but it's not really the official name. Asaf just opened his on Friday. So they are called
Their appropriations, that's
It so that it says CDS application, so I'm just trying to open this up. Congressionally directed spending. So there were a number of them that I know staff has been working on from different departments. And so we could have item 32 be council approval of staff submitting applications for congressionally directed spending to our federal delegation. No, we don't. So good question, Councilmember Mitchell. So generally, there are a number of grants that don't require council approval. Operationally, we get LMIG grants, local maintenance improvement grants from state GDOT. Like, there are a number of them that don't. And generally what staff does is actually, if it's needed, they'll put it on the work session and then it'll get through approval in that way. Because the federal delegation, they have different even application periods. I think Senator Warnock's application period closes on the 22nd. Senator Warnock, Ossoff just opened his application period. Congressman Scott has one, and also Congresswoman Williams. And so they weren't able to have advance notice, and we didn't have the meeting on March 11th, but those just came out. So generally, no. Or generally, if we do need approval, they time it and bring it to us through a work session or something like that. So 32 would be council approval of staff submitting applications for congressionally directed spending to our federal delegation members. In the event that any of them require approval. Delegation members. I know Senators Ossoff and Warnock and Congresswoman Williams have funding, millions of dollars of funding to us over the last couple years through this process. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to get more this year. A lot of it is going to water, sewer infrastructure, but the ambulance is definitely important. And that bill, though, I don't think made it out of it didn't cross over to the Senate, but they are working on the certificate of need bill and maybe trying to put something on that to allow it. So right now I have items 8, 9, 10, excuse me, 13, and 22 going to the April 8th work session. Item number 12 to the April 1st agenda for presentation. No, did I do that right? I'm sorry. So they both are, sorry. 8, 9, 10, 22 on the April work session. 12 and 13 on the agenda. 12 for presentation and 13 as an agenda item. And then the addition of 31, council approval of staff submitting grant application to Department of Transportation, Georgia Department of Transportation for environmental concerns. And 32 would be council approval of staff submitting applications for congressionally directed spending to our federal delegation members. And then we need to deal with the consent agenda. So item number 14, I know we'll need to talk about. 15, we'll need to talk about. 16, yes. 17, I think consent. Yeah. 17, 18, we'll have to talk. I think I tried to put them in order to start. The consent potentially can start at item number 23. Does anybody have an objection to item number 23 going to consent?
Wait, so where are we starting with the?
23,
So-
the approval of Georgia Recreation and Park Association Boost Program 2024 MOU and assurances for contractors receiving American Rescue Plan Act. The funds are $63,500. So that would be a grant to our Parks and Recreation Department. 24. A lot of these are emergency repairs for water. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Okay. So I'm gonna try to state this in a way that we can do then a motion after stated. I think I got, that's items 23 through 30. Okay. So as we look at approving the agenda, move items 8, 9, 10, and 22 to the April 8th work session. Items 12 and 13 to the April 1st agenda. And then create a consent agenda to include items 23 through 30 on the consent agenda. And then add to the agenda item 31, council approval of staff submitting grant to application to the Georgia Department of Transportation for environmental concerns. 32, council approval of staff submitting applications for congressionally directed spending to our federal delegation members. Attorney Hartley, is it okay to make a motion to do all of that at once? Because we're just talking about the agenda.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries, and now I need to circle, Madam City Clerk, remind me to items 23 through 30 are on the consent agenda. I'm making a note, but in case I forget that. All right, so that's now we need approval of city council minutes from the March 4th regular meeting of East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I
Councilman
would like to
Shropshire.
make a motion that we approve the city council meeting for the regular meeting, March 4th.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is public hearing. We have an ordinance to amend the official future land use map of East Point, Georgia. Case number 2023 CPA 001-12. Is there a motion to open the public hearing? Councilmember Freely.
Motion to open the public hearing.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Attorney Hartley, I didn't ask you before, but generally at the beginning of the public hearing, we read the rules from our zoning. Are you ready for that?
I am. Mayor.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Public hearings before the city council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer shall call for a motion to open the hearing, as just happened, and a motion to close the hearing at the end. The presiding officer or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the city council. Staff will then be called upon to present the planning commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or the applicant's representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for any side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of their allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the city council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Thank you so much, Attorney Hartley. Mr. Brown, I'm gonna ask staff to give a brief discussion, presentation before having people come speak. I see Ms. Smith at the
Please.
podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. In reference to this item, this is a citywide map amendment. It is a request, city-initiated map amended to update the future land use map in the citywide, and the request is to change the traditional urban neighborhood to Town Center Sub-Area 2, which is our Lawrence Street area. This is a look at our current zoning map, which shows the properties inside of the purple boundary as industrial. The boundary of this particular map amendment is bounded by Lawrence Street, Fairfax Avenue, Naval Avenue, Davis Avenue, and St. Joseph Avenue in the Lawrence Street area. This is a look at our existing future land use map, which shows the properties as existing. Again, from a land use perspective, same boundaries. The current future land use designation is traditional urban neighborhood, which is not particularly compatible with the surrounding neighborhood of Colonial Hills to the north and the Sumner Park area to the southwest. The Town Center Sub-Area 2 is more compatible. Our last meeting that we had, there was a zoning that is actually going to be supported by this land use map amendment. The traditional neighborhood area is what the current designation is. In the Town Center Sub-Area 2, the Lawrence Street land use designation, this is what we're proposing to change these areas. It's about 19 parcels that's included, and what the typical zonings in this area will be, the typical type of zoning districts that would be compatible to this change would be the CR district, our mixed use district, our MXCI district, along with I1, which is our light industrial and mixed use, C1, CL, and C2, which is most of our commercial districts. This did go through the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommended approval to this request to update the said parcels, which is about 19 parcels, as mentioned, to the Neighborhood Town Center Sub-Area 2. The properties are currently zoned I1 as stated. The proposed amendment will actually create a buffer to protect the current residential properties that are adjacent to the existing light industrial zone properties. And so the whole intent is to make it compatible with our current future land use map comprehensive plan that we've recently adopted.
All right, thank you so much. We are in a public hearing. If there is anyone who would like to speak in favor of the ordinance to amend our official future land use map, please come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of amending our future land use map, please come forward at this time. Anyone in favor? Is there anyone in opposition to amending our future land use map? Please come forward at this time. Anyone in opposition to amending the future land use map, please come forward at this time. Anyone in opposition? Councilmember Ziegler, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Get a motion to waive the first reading, Councilmember Ziegler.
I make a motion to waive the first reading.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item in the request to amend the future land use map? Councilmember Ziegler.
I make a motion to approve the zoning from traditional urban neighbor. Oh, okay. I make a motion to approve the ordinance to amend the official future land use map of East Point, Georgia, case 2023 CPA-001-12.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes. Ms. Smith, I have questions for you. So could you tell us about the properties that will be affected by this rezoning?
There are approximately 19 parcels, if you could go back to the map that has the purple outline. Those properties are currently zoned light industrial. The future land use designation is for traditional urban neighborhood, which support more of a residential, single-family residential type of zoning. In order for us to protect the zonings the residential zonings that are to the north, the Colonial Hills neighborhood area, those properties are actually zoned residential versus these properties are already zoned industrial. And so for us to create a buffer from the residential to the industrial, we're wanting to put the land use designation as light industrial, mixed use, mostly commercial types, because there's no type of single family residential that's going to go in the existing industrial.
So you're changing the zoning from what to what?
We're not changing zoning, we're changing the land use designation.
So what are we saying it is? From
It's-
light industrial to,
It's going from traditional neighborhood,
it's going from traditional neighborhood
the land use designation.
to light industrial.
It's going to the sub area to the Lawrence Street district area, which is a combination of commercial, the lightest type of industrials that you can have.
Are there properties that are being occupied that are affected by this? You said 19 parcels. Are they
19 industrial properties. Some of them are occupied, some of them are not, but they're
Okay.
all zoned industrial.
So will these properties be adversely affected by the change? Will they be able to exist?
Yes, they will be able to exist.
And what are we changing it from and to again?
The land use map designation would go from traditional neighborhood designation to it's called Town Center Sub Area 2, which is the Lawrence Street area.
So I hear what you're telling me is called. I just want to make sure that the people that are there don't have issues about zoning. And so what you're telling me is by changing this designation, the existing businesses will be okay.
Yes,
So if a new business wanted to come in, they would still be able to use, would there be a change in the use of what they could do? Because from what I'm understanding, correct me, that this current area is zoned for residential.
correct.
And so this would allow for light
Commercial.
industrial and commercial to go and to serve as a buffer. Am I on the
Correct.
same page?
To the existing residential that's already to the north, the Colonial Hills Neighborhood Association area.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We are now at public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
We have 4 public comments this evening.
All right. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002 BB Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Joan Lyles.
My name is Joan Lyles. I live at 1252 Lyle Avenue in the East Washington area. You should have photos of a picture of the KIPP traffic between 7:30 and 8:30, then between 2:30 and 4:30. There's roughly 100 plus cars coming through. And the picture that you see is a gentleman coming down on his wheelchair who almost got ran over. You should have, you guys have the picture. This is a problem. I went down along with Marie Terry and spoke to some of the teachers and spoke to the principal, but this is still going on. I think it's a matter of when something happens, because me trying to get out of my driveway in the mornings and then in the afternoon, it's like I got to jump in and just put my car out there. I'm tired of it. There are other streets that they can go down. They bottleneck our street constantly. And this is every day. So something's got to be done before somebody gets out of pocket or a little violent or upset about something. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Sharon Lovett.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Welcome aboard, Mr. Brown. Sharon Lovett, 2830 Delowe. Okay, at the last City Council meeting, Napoleon Black stated that Sharon Shropshire had a ticket fixed for her relative, which would be my granddaughter. Sharon did not have anything fixed. I asked her to get the information from up here so that my granddaughter could pay it. And we have the receipt. My granddaughter paid it. So East Point has not, since I've been here 36 years, did any favors for me. The next thing is that, and I don't believe when Sharon inquired about the information that she allegedly bullied anybody. But like I said, East Point has not done any favors for me. Second thing, I have a lot of friends that live in Ward C, and they gave me permission to talk about it. They said they've been complaining for years about dogs, old mattresses, wrecked cars in the driveway. Code enforcement came by there. One dog ran the man back to the truck. And the other one, on March 3rd, the code enforcement stopped at her house because a tree had fell on March 4th. A tree had fell. It was in her driveway. She thought they was coming with concerns about her neighbors that they had complained about, but they weren't. They was coming for her, and they gave her 5 days to get rid of it. Okay, she had a knee surgery, knee replacement. She has crippling arthritis. She has a lot of things going up, and that made her become very livid. So after that meeting, they also had a meeting at St. Stephen's Church, and they were told that this meeting was not for them to talk about any problems or issues. And they couldn't, speak of it. People lie and exaggerate situations. During our giveaway a couple of months ago, Karen thought that I was talking about her where I spoke at the city council meeting, speaking in reference to anybody that doesn't come to meetings, they shouldn't be on those committees. But I wasn't talking about her. I'm talking about any and everybody, which it would include me too. So she thought that I was talking about her, but I wasn't. We all have issues, problems, misfortunes, and everything. But to say to someone that's calmer isn't a good thing for our city council. You all need to work together and support each other and stop the foolishness. So my question at the last meeting that I came to, and my question again is, how are you all going to work together and stop bringing up old issues, some of them resolved, and how are you going to collaborate, communicate, navigate, make policy decisions, approve ordinances, resolutions, and other local legislations to govern the health, welfare, safety, and the safety of our city residents if you all are so negative and some prejudiced?
Excuse me. Ms.
So
Lovett.
try to work together for the improvement and betterment for the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Marie Terry.
Good evening, Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road, Mayor and Council. Well, I can say that point. That's one point. And I wouldn't intend to be up here this evening no way, but with with Miss Lau on Lau Street, I also had an encounter yesterday with a guy coming off of Cleveland Avenue in a wheelchair. And I got so nervous because he wasn't sitting, he was kind of laying with his feet out. And he was turning around in the middle lane because he really couldn't adjust himself to the traffic. He come from Cleveland all the way going to Hateville limit. What I want to know is 2 months ago, I had a surveyor come out and survey Seven Road. And I was told it was, y'all go from Cedar Avenue to Hateville city limits, 1,500 feet. I have yet to see sidewalks on Cleveland Avenue. I know what all the things that's going on with the city with the $1.2 million missing and all this and the other, changing of the city manager, changing of the attorney. I know y'all been busy, but I tell you this, we need some sidewalks, not only on Lau Street. We can't get speed bumps. Where are the sidewalks? Where are the sidewalks? Then I go to a couple of the neighborhood meetings and I hear about cameras. I'm asking you guys to consider whether it's lawful or not. I mean, however y'all can do it, could you please consider putting some of those cameras, ticket cameras, in the residential area? Seven Road, Harrison, those streets that those people are going through that, they're going through those stop signs like there's nothing there. Half of them, when they turn from Seven Road onto Cedar, they're just about to come up in my yard. And I know y'all been told this so many times about the lights, cameras, speeding. Y'all are liable for these things. And we have been up before you guys so many times. Y'all have changed the order of command so many times. Y'all not new to this. You're new to the seats, but you're not new to what's going on in the city of East Point. Jefferson Park, Colonia Hill, wherever. We are one big city. Please, I'm asking you guys. You have got to protect the residents of this city. You've got to. And right now, I don't feel protected. I don't. Like I said, I wouldn't intend to be up here, but I apologize to that man in that wheelchair. I mean, I was scared for him coming down going up Seven Road. No sidewalks. I need my sidewalks, please. Y'all got y'all seats. Now give me the sidewalks. Whatever money you guys can get, whatever grant you can get, be it, I need some sidewalks. I really do need some sidewalks. I'm not talking to just the local ward B, I'm talking to all at large and local city councils. I am. There's a budget coming up real soon. And I look forward to Seven Road having sidewalks. I really do.
Up next, we have Ms. Londinia Shropshire.
Everyone, I'm Londina Swapshire. I know you all have heard about me and about my light bill and everything, but I don't see Mr. Black here tonight. I wanted to come to let him know that I am on a budget. I'm on a budget and we pay it every month. But you know, people seem they don't get it, do they? They come up and they talk about things that they don't know about. And I was allegedly told that Karen Renee and Mr. Wings had something to do with it. Yes, I'm speaking. And if anyone wants to call me or whatever, feel free to do it. Because my daughter, it's not in her name. It's in my name. And it has been in my name ever since I moved here. And I know you all was someone, I know I can't call his name, but I can call his father's name, Mr. Clyde Mitchell Sr. He had a F charge filed on him, and I'm pretty sure his son knew about it. And about taxpayers' money. Yes, I'm sure he know about it. Taxpayers' money. And he had to pay it back. He was told that it was for college. Someone was going to college. I'm sure he know about it. And I think when people go to talking about things that they don't know, when it concerns me, they should call me and ask me. I don't mind talking to nobody. They can call me and ask me. It's in my name, the bill. But I don't see Mr. Black here. But he got a lot of skeletons in his closet too. And they'll be coming out, just like everything else. But you know, I have said to my daughter a lot of times that you all are doing a good job up here. Somewhere, something went wrong. Y'all was doing, not you all, you laugh. You all are doing a very good job, I think, because the city it was going down here when nothing getting done, but to the previous council that was here, and everything started blooming. The city started looking better and everything. But I just wanted to come and let you all know that if you have any concern about my light bill, tell me. Don't discuss it about my daughter, because it's not in her name. So I want you all to have a good day and know that God sees everything. You may think he don't, but he sees everything that we do that's not right.
Thank you.
And you all have a good day.
You too.
And I'll see you all in 10 years again, if it's God willing.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. I actually just noticed, consent agenda, and then I noticed that I skipped an item when we were going through all of that, so we'll deal with it. Next up, we have consent agenda items number 23 through 30. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda item?
Madam Mayor? I would like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 23 through 30.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 6. Councilmember Shropshire, I didn't catch that one when we were moving items. Is this something you want to talk about tonight or make the motion to move it to the April work session? It's at the bottom, very bottom of the second page.
We can move it to the work session.
I forgot where was it. What did you say, Councilmember Shropshire? Motion to move it to April work session. Was that the motion? I'm sorry, clerk was talking to me. Okay, and then was it seconded? It's been moved and properly seconded. We move item number 6 to the April work session. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is update on policing. Mr. Brown, I see our police chief here this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Attorney. How y'all doing tonight? Good. And just get straight to it. We started installing for the Eye in the Sky today downtown, and we'll be continuing for the next month, and hopefully about in 30 days, all the cameras will be installed. That's very important. So I'm very pleased to give y'all that update. It's taking a little while, but we got it finally started. We've already started installing computers around the police station and City Hall and things of that nature, but the downtown district is what we're really concerned about in Camp Creek. I want to reiterate, we're trying to have these cameras in almost every community. We have 400 streets. I didn't want any entrances or exits to the city to be left uncambered, so that's being done. I want to remind everybody, if you see something, say something, give us a call. It takes a community to solve crime, so we want to make sure that our citizens are aware of this. Please call if there's an issue. We've increased our traffic presence on Main Street and also Washington Road just because of the amount of complaints we received. We've written about 200 tickets in the last month. We really want to slow speed down in the city of East Point, and that's one of our number one goals. Code enforcement, I've gotten several issues with code enforcement, but we're working them out. I know Dr. LaTanya Martin is concerned about some things at the marketplace. Councilwoman Ziegler is concerned about things in her neighborhood, but we are working very diligently to make sure that these complaints are successfully resolved. We're doing a little bit of restructuring this week, but other than that, we're good to go.
Thank you so much for the update. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Chief. Just a couple of questions. I know that we are in the budget season, and I know that a lot of cities are moving towards having mental health professionals work within their departments, because a lot of the calls that many of the officers or police departments are receiving aren't really a call, they're calls for help, but it's on the other side of help, which is a person may be experiencing trauma or they may be in crises. Can you, I guess, just provide some information on what it would look like? I know that the officers are being trained, but police departments across the country have that mental health piece, a part of their department, and sometimes they send out a mental health person to answer the call versus the police officers. So that is one thing. If you could speak to that, and then I'll go to the.
Okay, so I will speak to that. If you look around the country, because of police incidents, a lot of people would like to have mental health professionals come out versus police officers. So a lot of agencies have adopted that philosophy of having someone on staff. I will tell you, we have to look at how many mental health calls we have. We do have some, especially during the week. We would have to look at it strategically, because I will tell you, I know between 12 at night, 8 in the morning, we don't have a lot of those type calls. But between the evening shift and the afternoon shift, we do. And we've been discussing this and looking at this and how's the best way we can implement this. So it's actually budget time. So I'll be having a meeting very soon with the interim city manager, and we can kind of go into details about maybe we should or shouldn't do those things.
All right, thank you. And I would also like to know, what would be the cost of additional code enforcement officers? I think we have about 6 on staff, correct?
That is correct.
But I mean, in a city of our size, with the number of people that we have in this city, if you could just give us what that will also look like for maybe an additional 2 code enforcement officers per ward, or maybe a 3 additional code enforcement. I don't know what it would look like. If you could just come back with that information for the cost of additional code enforcement officers. And my last observation is, we have hot spots that are dumping areas in the city of East Point. I don't know. I know with the camera that you placed over on Panoma in Cumberland, the residents have called and they like that camera. But are there specific, I know Jasper Road has been a constant complaint, or Jasper Street, and I know Cumberland and Panoma. Have we looked at possibly installing cameras there? And not only there, but just at those hot spots, those known dumping sites?
So,
and that's it. Thank you.
the answer is yes. We had an issue off East Woodland. I went over there last week. It was clean. We've blocked it off. Plus, we have cameras. So we have tried to eliminate a lot of these dumping areas. It's very difficult because they're unpredictable, so to speak. So that's why I'm glad we put the camera on Panoma right there at Cumberland. We are looking at every means necessary to stop these dumping sites. And when all these city cameras go up, I think that'll kind of assist us greatly.
Okay, I have one more question. With the
Yes.
cameras going up, you said, what about barriers in addition to the cameras, or will the cameras just be sufficient? But I noticed at the corner of Stone Road, where Stone Road near Greenbrier, up in the curve, they have cemented barriers in addition to a camera. In your expertise, do you think that it's better to just barricade the section off with the camera? Because that was a known dumping in that cul-de-sac. Now it's just a lot of litter and trash, but it's not the dumping. But they do have the camera, they do have the cement barricade, so.
So actually for East Woodbury, we put the cameras and also we put the cement barricades. So it just depends on where they're dumping and the accessibility that is needed for that.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Good evening, Chief.
evening.
A couple of things. So traffic with speeding and things like that. What's the plan in trying to enforce more ticketing or something, enforcing, the speed limit and things like that?
So I want to just I know we've really beefed up our traffic in multiple areas of the city. So like I said, Main Street, we really focus on, that's the entranceway, the main entranceway of the city. There's a lot of speeders were. We have significantly reduced that speed on Main Street. We've significantly reduced it on Washington Road. Even in Jefferson Avenue, we've had a lot of issues with speeding because of the students. So I'm not sure if you noticed, but we've been ticketing a lot of the students, also tagging their vehicles and towing them because they're parking in front of fire hydrants. Is there a particular area outside of those areas that you're speaking of?
East Washington, like the neighborhood. I know that they had submitted a traffic calming study, and was basically determined that there wasn't an issue.
So I was listening to the lady about the school, and I would tell you, Public Works Director was in there as well. So we're just trying to see what's the best way, because that's been an issue for a while, just because it's the school right there and it's in the middle of a neighborhood and those people were there prior to the school. So because of the sheer number of students that go there, it is a little traffic congestion because the street is not very wide. Then you have people parking on the streets. So I think one thing we may need to do is put no parking signs, because that street is not very wide. So when you couple people dropping kids off, leaving, plus people parking on the streets, that's what's creating the biggest issue.
Okay. Do you think that maybe having someone direct traffic or something like that to help with the congestion would be a good idea?
So I will take a look at that. We have, normally we have, I can't even think of the term, but the people in the mornings who's assisting the students get into class and things of that nature. So we have positions available for that. So I can see we can hire some more people for those positions.
Okay. And then knowing that our budget is coming up, do you have plans to maybe look into getting a new 911 system that's more ADA accessible?
So I'm glad you stated that, because a lot of these things that we need are just basic upgrades. So I would tell you what's coming up. I'm not sure if it's on the agenda tonight. I don't think we put it on there, but we're going to our EMD system with upgrading our CAD and 911. So a lot of these things that'll make easier, we'll have those things. And one thing I want to implement, and Ms. Clay's in agreement, is a text 911. We really need that because a lot of people don't want to call, or they're not in a situation to be able to speak. So we're looking at all those things. So that's coming up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. How you doing, Chief?
I'm great. Thank you very much.
Can you give us an update on your policing efforts at Camp Creek Marketplace regarding the Saturday and Sunday vendors?
So I'm glad you stated that. We have placed, first of all, we have code enforcement officers working 7 days a week now. So because they're working 7 days, that is their main focus. On the weekends is these pop-up shops. We've had a lot of pop-up shops from different plazas. So we have dealt with that. Also, this week, Thursday, we'll be meeting with the city of Atlanta. And that's one of the reasons we're meeting with them, is because if you notice right behind Lowe's, there seems to be a confusion of jurisdiction. So we are pushing back. We tell them they have to leave. They literally pack up and go from here to here. So that's not very effective. So they're going to work with us on this. And we've talked to them multiple times, but now that they're meeting with us face to face, I think we're going to have a lot better results.
Well, personally, Ms. Wilson used to say you have to inspect what you expect. So I kind of do a patrol of that area. And I'm thankful because I do see an increased police presence in enforcing that. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. We're going to do whatever it takes to keep the city safe.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other lights. I don't think I have any questions right now either. Thank you for all that you're doing to keep the city safe. We're looking forward to the cameras. Of course, you won't share with the location. Where are we with the school zone?
So I spoke with them 2 weeks ago. So we're hoping to have everything up and operational. They are by May. I want it sooner because we've worked on this a while, but they're saying May.
Before school, I mean May.
I know May. That's what I said.
In May.
That's what I told them too. But they're wanting it done. They say just based on all the permitting they had to get done, it'll be around May.
Well,
And
I'm
trust
going
me,
to the Fulton County School Board meeting this Thursday to advocate for some things. I'll add that to my list.
Okay.
What schools again?
It's going to be Paul West, the Rice School, which is on Ben Hill and Hogan area, Hamilton E. Holmes, and what's the last one is, I think, Conley Elementary. So it'll be Conley, yes, it'll be 4 schools in the city of East Point.
Okay. And those will be so all of the buses that go to those schools will have do they do it based on the buses assigned to the schools? They'll get the cameras for their buses, or how does that
So
work?
it won't be done on the buses. They have buses right now with cameras, but what they're doing is they're set up. If you notice, like Poverty West has already started implementing part of the procedure. So you see the flashing signs. The state law requires several things: flashing signs, school hours, things of that nature. So that's the first phase. And then once that occurs, they'll put a camera up. Now, I will tell you, when it comes in May, by law, they have to give warnings first, I believe. So for that first couple of weeks, they'll get warnings, and then from that day on, they'll get citations. The biggest thing is we just have to make sure we're doing it correctly, which we will. It has to be during the school hours when they are getting on the buses in the afternoon or being dropped off of school. A lot of places have gotten in trouble because they're running the cameras 8 hours a day. You can't run them 8 hours a day. You have to do it during that 2-hour drop-in period and release period. So and so they have cameras on the street is basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, thank you all. Thank you.
Next up is council discussion on City of East Point grievance policy. Motion to open the floor for discussion, Councilmember Cummings.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion with regards to the City of East Point grievance policy. Maybe not. I'd like to withdraw my motion.
I forgot, it was a note on the top of my, chief, to the question about, social workers, being a part of our police. And I know some years ago, council authorized, at the time, me and Councilmember Renee to work with the police department around alternatives, to, diversion. What is it? Alternatives to, and diversion opportunities. So that was a part of that discussion that Councilmember Renee and I were leading. But when I was at the Ubuntu event this recently on health equity, it's a community organization that's helping with health equity in the county. There was a gentleman there who works at Georgia State, and he asked if we were interested in some social work interns from Georgia State. So as you all are having those discussions, I can't remember his name. I'll have to reach back out to somebody at the organization. I did ask him to email it to me, so I'll check to see if we have it. But if so, I'll share it. Once I get the information, I'll share it with you and City Manager Brown, because that might be an opportunity. I know a lot of times it's challenging to get people to provide social work services in a new agency where that has not been a part of our, staffing. But if we start with interns, and maybe that can help, get people more acclimated and get some experience. So once I get the information, I'll share it again with you and the city manager so that we can explore internships.
Thank you. I would love that.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry about that, Councilmember Cummings. Motion for discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion regarding the City of East Point's grievance policy.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No, just making sure we had quorum. All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we've had, I went on our city muni code and I tried to take a look at what our grievance policy was. And the thing seems to be that I know we have a lot of letters that come, people, comments or statements are being made about people being bullies in certain departments or whatever. But the main thing is, what we want to make sure is that we have some sort of process that's in place for employees when they feel that they've been wronged or something is not quite right. So what I wanted to do was just to make sure that we had a sound, a solid grievance policy in place. I started to draft a policy. I forwarded it to the city attorney, Attorney Wiggins. She made suggestions for some changes that could have been made in there. I went back and I made those adjustments. I resent it back out to members of council. Those suggestions that she made, recommendations, they're all highlighted in there. in the grievance policy. So I'm asking for if there was any additional input from members on council so that we can make this policy, we can make it effective and something that our employees will have as a reference with regards to, just a resource that if they feel that they're treated unfairly, unjust, that there's a process that's in place. It's a 5-page grievance policy, and it basically gives a proper definition of what the policy, what a grievance is, the city statement of policy, the purpose of it, those items that you can file, those items that are grievable and those that are not grievable. It also puts a process in place with regards to what we need to do, what employees need to do to file a grievance, and that grievance should be submitted to the city manager. There's also a form that I've created as well that goes through the different we call them chain of command, but actually your supervisors in that hierarchy. However, that lays out with the employee, the supervisor, the department head, the city manager. So there's a process that's in place for this. There's a form that was created as well. So I think that the ask is pretty much, I know it, I've sent it out and I've had some responses back from some members of council. And those, like I said, those adjustments have been made. They've been included as well. I think I just forwarded over to Ms. Jessie this evening. I do apologize. Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers, for making sure that I did include you in that process, because you are the HR director. So I didn't know if there were any adjustments or changes, anything that you felt needed to be added or taken away. And for any other members on council, if there were any other things that needed to be added or taken away for this policy. So I don't know how to do this one.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Ms. Jessie, do we have a grievancy policy in place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here's my thought. I think this would be something good for the HR committee to look at and work on,
Okay.
along with what the city already have in place, and also include Ms. Jessie. So any changes or recommendation, being that the city already has a policy in place, it's just whatever needs to be added or enhanced, it will work hand in hand.
Okay.
So that would be my suggestion, is recommendation for the city, for the HR committee to look at both policies and work with Ms. Jessie and bring whatever information back to council.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings, for bringing this. A little bit to piggyback on Councilmember Shropshire, but how substantially does what we have in front of us differ? And I know you just give me a general assessment. How much does it differ from the existing grievance policy?
I think from what I looked at on the cities, with the Muni Code for the city and what they had, it didn't have, I didn't feel it had as much bite to it as this policy. It's just a little bit more extensive. It tells what items are grievable, what they can and cannot grieve, what the process is. I know one of the things also was that as far as access to the forms, when I spoke with Attorney Wiggins, I don't think that those forms are actually readily available to employees in the event that they did need to file an actual grievance. So just a few things that, we may need to look to just sort of shore up what we have, or just kind of put a little bit more oomph to it or whatever. I think as far as there is a procedure that is in place that kind of somewhat mimics this. I think this goes a little bit more into detail with regards to, like I said, what's grievable, what's not grievable, those rights that employees have, what's the pecking order or the particular chain of command that it goes through. And it just pretty much, to me, I think it just gave a real detailed steps as far as what it is that they needed to do with regards to filing a grievance.
So your version is not necessarily based on the current version. Yours is.
It is.
It is. Okay,
It's just added some more to it, that's all.
okay. Thank you.
So yeah, I agree. I think I sent that in the email. I think this is appropriate for the HR committee. And I know the last HR committee last year was meeting at different days. I don't think we have a set day, kind of like what we do for the budget and finance committee. So for those members that are on the HR committee, probably try to figure out. I mean, we're in the middle of March, so probably it would be April before we could. And I know you all have training next week, or this week. Yeah, this week. So figure have a email conversation or exchange around when we want what might work, and then we can have the city clerk notice the meeting so that we can convene. I think it would be helpful while the HR committee of council is specifically for the direct reports to council. I think it would be helpful, and I feel like I got this when I first got on council, so it was like 2014, a long time ago. I had a binder with the city's HR policies as they exist, and I know we can get them on MuniCode. But if there's a soft copy or something that could be provided, and probably to all of council, definitely to the HR committee, so that as questions come up, and as we're even thinking about the HR procedures or what we might implement as it relates to our direct report, starting with what the city already has in place. So again, a soft copy probably, the last one that I received was like a binder. It probably was like 300 plus pages, like it was very lengthy. So if we could possibly get a soft copy of what exists now, I think that would be helpful. And then having the HR committee, this can be I think I said a good item for our agenda for our first meeting. And then I think also, as I said before, like, how does this, need to make sure the existing, whatever grievance policy, if we make amendments to it or not, like that it can coexist with a whistleblower policy and the whistleblower process that we will be implementing, and those solicitations will come back. I think, a lot of what I heard as we've been going through this time of transition and just challenges is people wanted to report to someone outside of their supervisor, outside, like an anonymous person, to be able to get the information without fear of retaliation. I think that was a real key issue. And so I don't know whether it was really that our grievance policy wasn't working. It was that people wanted to be able to communicate beyond, outside of their supervisors, so that the information could be brought to us so that we can, take whatever steps necessary. And so those vendors, the vendor, whomever we select for the whistleblower policy or the whistleblower program, will have that. Like when they had it before, it was an 800 number. You call, you give information, and then there's a process that then gets that information to us. So I think we need to be thinking about them in tandem and making sure that they are not contradictory, but also that we're addressing the real concern that I heard of being able to get information beyond supervisors. So if we could coordinate, I think it was Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Mitchell, and Councilmember Cummings and myself. I'm sorry, Councilmember Martin Rogers, the other M. Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Martin Rogers, Councilmember Freely, and myself for HR committee. And so, Madam City Clerk, if you can help us coordinate a first meeting, probably in April. And I think Budget and Finance is meeting on the 26th this month because of the training, but it will go back to the 3rd. But then we can possibly at the first meeting set a standing meeting day and time if we like. All right, anything else, Councilmember Cummings? All right, next up is item number 14. Council discussion and possible action on resolution of the city to authorize electronic signatures and records. Oh, this is one I actually probably wanted to put on consent. I think we received the email from our city attorney about it. Is there either a motion to open the floor or a motion to adopt the resolution?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution.
We seconded session. Councilmember
Discussion.
Cummings.
Yes, so we're talking about on DocuSign, is that what we are, okay. That's it. Thank you. I yield.
All those in favor? I think I need by everybody. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action on engaging financial professional services. Get a motion to open the floor. Item number 15.
Motion to open the floor for council discussion and possible action on engaging financial professional services.
So is seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. I'll give context and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Mitchell. So we are transitioning through and getting through a number of challenges as it relates to our finance department. And I think that given the critical nature of this department, it is very important that we engage a professional services around our finances to be able to, as we're going through, we have the forensic audit going on, we have our other audits going on, we'll be able to have some expertise around policies and financial policies that we may need to amend and put in place as we're kind of building the plane while flying. There's a number of things going on, but I think at this point, we need the support or services of financial consultants to help us navigate and get through a number of the financial things that we have going on in the city. Councilmember Mitchell.
So that was pretty much the question. I wanted some context. I kind of forgot what that agenda item was about, but I will yield for now. Oh, this is the other thing. So is this an auditing firm? Is this kind of like a accounting firm, or what kind of services? Is there one in particular?
So we'll turn it over to the city manager to let him discuss, but I'm really talking more about financial operations within the city, more accounting, policies, procedures.
Okay.
Well, Councilmember, I met with the mayor a couple of weeks ago when I first came on board, and we talked about engaging a financial services professional. We talked about a number of things at that meeting. I suggested and recommended that whatever was decided, that you're very specific in what you wanted the company to do. Because sometimes if you engage consultants and you don't have a very specific scope of work, they'll just do whatever. And so that was a discussion that we had, and the mayor obviously put this on the agenda for council to discuss it and take appropriate action. So that's where we're at.
So I'm guessing would this be something outside of the realm of, I guess, the usual guidance we would get from staff, or?
Yeah, this is different. This is different.
Okay.
This is different.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, I think I have reservations too. My reservation is that we aren't narrowing the scope of what we want these people to do. I think since we have a forensic audit and an audit going on at that time, once we complete those audits, then we can let that dictate what type of financial services that we may need. It's so broad in what we're asking for, and there's no particular standard to what we're asking them to do. And we have a lot of things and moving pieces in play right now. So it would be my recommendation to wait until the end of the forensic audit, and they may have some recommendations for us.
Councilmember Freely.
Just a question on sort of, do we have an idea of, would this be time limited in terms of the duration of the engagement, or would it be sort of a set dollar amount? How would we limit that?
And so I think they're all good questions and concerns that were raised. We received a recent email, and we're still having challenges in the financial department. So let's not act like there's not concerns. And I know we have the forensic audit going on. Am I talking with it briefly with the city manager? Of course, we would defer to him around scope, duration. We don't want it to be like a free for all, but I believe that there are things that we need to address even while these audits are going on. And so, what the full scope would be, I would defer to him. What the duration would be, I would defer to him. The reason for putting it on the agenda tonight is to authorize him to think through that and come back to us with the recommendation. But I know it's been something that has kind of come up at different meetings, and I think we need to move forward. And I'm not, it might coincide with when the forensic audit is complete or not. We could always amend it, but I do think there's a level of urgency that we need to have in directing the city manager to explore this and bring something back to us with recommendations. So I know that was a long way around saying I don't know the scope, the time frame, or the dollar amount, or the scope. And speaking with him, he strongly suggested that we definitely narrow it and say what we specifically want. But I would defer to him and the other experts around that. But I think it's important that we give him that authority to start moving in that direction to bring that back to us. Like, I didn't want to say, meet with this or do this and come back to us from a directive perspective. I felt like we needed to have this discussion to be able to do that. So I know that was a long way around the mulberry bush, and I still didn't give you an answer, but.
No, I understand. And I just have a follow-up actually for you, Mr. City Manager or Deputy. Can you, either of you, sort of report out on what is the status of our finance department in terms of any vacancies in staffing and so forth?
Well, we have an interim finance director. Currently, we have an interim deputy finance director. There are a couple of vacancies within the department. I understand, because I'm not heading up the forensic financial audit, but I think you will be receiving an update this evening, maybe in executive session. The financial audit, your FY23 audit, is ongoing right now. Well, I'm sorry, your FY22 audit is complete. What's lingering is the single audit on the FY22. We hope to have that. Well, we've been told by the financial auditing firm that they will have that before you on April 8th at work session for acceptance, I guess, on April 15th. So that's kind of the status of the finance department.
So fair to say the department is not optimally staffed at the moment.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to echo your concerns on the timeliness of this, that we need to act with urgency with this because we are still experiencing some issues. And if it's possible, to either, look into this other agency that can help us, or, we need to really help our finance department get staffed again and get fully staffed. And I mean, not even that though. I mean, I think that they would still need help because the people who are there, something's going on, or something is, I'm not sure what it is, but that department really needs a lot of help. And I think that we would all need to do our due diligence to make sure that things in the past don't happen again.
Mr. Brown, did you?
Yeah, I'd like to respond, Mayor.
Mhm.
Obviously, we are, and I've only been here 15 minutes, so I'm not going to say what I think. Okay, I'm still evaluating things. And I understand the importance of getting a financial services consultant on board immediately to help allay some of the concerns that I've heard from the dais and from people, members of the public. And so What I can do is this, I can give you recommendation, and my hope and goal would be to get with the staff, find out what the holes are and the gaps in services, and address some of the issues that I've heard from the council in terms of issues that have occurred, so that way we can have a way of analyzing, okay, and the issue, and then having a third party, if you will, kind of provide guidance and advice to you. It doesn't just come from staff, but before we engage a consultant, I'd like to have the opportunity to create a scope of work that you all can live with, and that it addresses the concerns of the council. Now, it might not be 100%, it might not address 100% of your concerns, but I think the big ones, I think it will. And so I'd be more than happy to provide something to you guys in short order.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. All right, I'd like to motion to authorize the city manager to explore and engage and provide a recommendation on financial services consultants to the East Point City Council. How long? We need a timeline or a order.
Well, he just said,
Okay,
I mean, we can put it on another future agenda,
for the work session agenda,
April 1st.
April
There's
1st.
a motion on the floor to authorize the city manager to, oops, sorry. There's a motion on the floor to authorize the city manager to explore engaging and provide recommendations on engaging a financial services consultant. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Mitchell.
So is this, I have no problem with us looking into this. Did we ever, are we know when the forensic audit is coming back? Have we gotten a?
We're getting an update tonight in executive session.
With the speed? Okay. Because ideally, it can make his job a little bit easier if we know where to start, I think.
Yeah, I think they can work together hand in hand. We wouldn't have to, and I'm assuming Attorney Hartley, given the legalities and it being called a forensic audit, it would be a executive session legal item. And then whatever, if this is authorized, then he already has the authority to go ahead and do what's necessary to work with them and expedite whatever and define scopes and all of that. So, but the forensic auditors are actually in the audience tonight.
Okay, nice. And with this permission to go forth, would that cost anything, or would there be any? Okay.
Not right now. He'd have to bring.
I'd bring all that back.
He'd bring that back to us before.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Butler, I see once you press your mic, I can see your name.
What is the motion?
It's a motion to authorize the city manager to explore and provide recommendations on engaging a financial services consultant.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 16, Councilmember Martin Rogers, motion to open the floor.
Motion to open the floor for a council discussion and possible action on the Camp Creek Marketplace cleanup and maintenance, public works cleaning schedule for all wards and streets.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you so much. And what I wanted to discuss with council members is that we have a litter issue throughout the city of East Point. I was provided this cleanup schedule. If you all would like to take a copy of this schedule. However, I believe that our cleanup or litter prevention schedule should be a multi-tiered approach with 3 departments, Public Works, Sanitation, and the Police Department working in conjunction with each other. The but that is for future because I was really hoping that that 30, 60, 90-day litter discussion was going to be tonight. So I'm going to move forward with what I'd like to discuss, and it is basically the Camp Creek Marketplace. After having a meeting and listening to residents, I found out that the Camp Creek Marketplace, Camp Creek Point, and the Camp Creek Business Park is owned by several different entities. Reaching out to one of the managers, she said, well, we don't manage the properties, we manage from the sidewalk to the top of the hill. So what I am asking council for tonight is that we direct our interim city manager to get with our Public Works Department, because looking at this schedule, Ward D is only cleaned up 3 times a month, and it doesn't even cover Camp Creek to Old Fairburn Road. With the number of residents that are entering Ward D that are traveling through our hotspot areas in East Point, this schedule is not equitable. I don't even know how the litter pickup or the right-of-way schedule is being implemented, but I would like this council to support me in directing the city manager to work with our Public Works Department to revise this schedule. There was also a contract done in May of 2023 in which it was called Reimage or Reimagine, in which this council or previous council voted to engage in this contract for, I don't know, was it grass cutting or litter pickup or right away? But I would like for the city, the interim city manager, to kind of help us get a handle on going out, picking up the litter, and reviewing the hot spots that are plaguing our city. And I'll yield right now if someone else wants to chime in, but that is my ask for tonight. Like, looking at this schedule, it's not equitable. And we have an issue in East Point. What I would also like for us to look at is possibly hiring 3 or 4 additional people in Public Works just to focus on each ward, from Ward A, B, C, and D, and those people focus on litter pickup in hotspot areas. I sort of kind of did the math of the hiring of 2 people per ward at $18 an hour. I'm not really sure of the hourly rate. I'm really not sure of the breakdown of the Public Works Department, but I think that if we strategically put people in each ward to just focus on hotspot areas and litter pickup, we would see a change, because the schedule is not equitable.
Councilmember Butler and then Councilmember Shropshire.
Yes. This, Mr. Brown, do we have the Public Works Director so he could address the concerns?
He's here. Mr. Reeves, if you can come and respond to some of this, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The schedule that you have in front of you is not our litter pickup schedule. That's our grass cutting schedule. And I beg your pardon, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I asked whether it was mowing and litter, and I was told it was both.
Oh, no, ma'am. We're,
Wait a minute, Joe. I mean, Mayor, I think what we're saying is we're saying 2 different things, but they're not going to mow over litter. You know, they're not going to chop it up. They'll pick up litter while they're doing the mowing.
Correct, but is there a separate litter schedule? Because I've never heard of that one. So do we have a litter schedule?
we have our litter schedule. We work coincide, like our city manager said, we do litter patrol prior to cutting grass. But in the marketplace area, we have, starting since last October, we have been picking up litter out there 3 days out of the week, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Some of the other areas around the city, which is our Ben Hill Road, near Welcome Mall, Washington Road, underneath the viaducts at Stanton and Low Drive, we actually are out there 2 to 3 times a week. Along with Councilmember Martin says is a great suggestion, and we're already in our plans to add additional staff to do litter patrol. And not necessarily at that salary, but do something either part-time or full-time. So we'll have a litter patrol that will be functional with just litter pickup. We're also working with our courts now. We had previously worked with the courts and community service. So it looks like our courts, Judge Oliver has a good structured program that we should be able to have quite a bit of folks working on a day-to-day basis in reference to our litter patrol. In reference to assistance from sanitation, usually handles the dumping in those areas of that sort, and they also have a code enforcement officer on their staff. But as far as a litter patrol, litter schedule, we're actually putting that together now because we're moving from our leaf vacuum programs to our grass cutting season. So we will have a litter patrol schedule for you as well.
Right, so currently the only litter that's being picked up is when you're mowing, which is why this is kind of.
No, ma'am. We haven't even started mowing. We're just now starting mowing during the month.
I guess I'm just confused by what you're saying. You say you don't have a litter schedule. You're working on a litter schedule. And then the city manager said that prior to mowing, we're picking up litter.
I'm sorry, Mayor, let me make it clear. What we're talking about is when mowing occurs, okay, they're not just cutting up the grass and the trash and whatever. They pick that up. There's no defined litter control program where, you have like a code ranger or someone like that goes out there and they pick up litter or police the area. So there's no defined litter control program for the city. We have a mowing schedule and a mowing mission, but there is no defined litter control program. They'll pick up litter. They're not going to cut the grass and cut up the litter in the grass.
Councilmember Butler, do you have anything else?
Yes, I'm thankful for my colleague from bringing this attention. Could you also speak to the CID and their litter pickup too at the Camp Creek Marketplace?
So hold on just a moment. There's too many lights. So we got Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Shire. Who else had a light? Somebody else. Councilmember Cummings, you already been once. Did someone else on this side? So Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Ziegler, remember that order because I needed you all to release your mic so Mr. Reeves can speak. Go ahead, Mr. Reeves.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Butler, to answer to your question, Councilmember Martin had a good meeting where she brought together a lot of the stakeholders in the Camp Creek Marketplace as far as business owners, some of the departments, and I did get a little bit more information from them on how they're working and talked to Crystal, who comes from over there. Excuse me, I hate to say her name like that. But we have discussed some things on how we're going to be moving forward in reference to addressing this litter problem by creating a good litter pickup schedule, a good litter pickup team. And that's just not with picking litter up off the streets and off the sidewalks, but that's going into our streams and our outlets, the areas that we have to make sure that we don't have trash and litter migrating down into our streams and our storm drain system, which impacts our storm system as well. So we're actually creating a organized litter patrol program. So we will be having one created, and we will be able to provide that to Mayor and Council once that's created.
I also have a follow-up question too. Are you aware of the previous city solicitor citing and getting a consent agreement with some of the people that own properties in the Camp Creek Marketplace, making them responsible for cleaning up their area inside the marketplace?
No, sir, that wouldn't be, I wouldn't know that. Couldn't answer to that.
That's fine. I
Yes,
have
sir.
a consent agreement here with Crawford Square Realtor Advisory with Aaron Knowles and Veronica Williams as the defendant, where the previous city solicitor got a consent agreement to make sure that those people keep their areas clean. So maybe this is something we need to forward to the police department to make sure that these people, or maybe this would be legal too, to make sure that they are abiding by that consent agreement in order to keep their areas clean too?
Yes, sir. And also to add to, we're talking about the marketplace, with the conversation that's been going on, the city manager and I discussed some strategies that we will probably use to try to at least help get this process so the marketplace can stay on top of what they're doing, is to go out and I got some quotes to come in to go out and try to get that area, some of the areas that have not been addressed, to try to address those strong with one of our vendors, and then to potentially have some assistance as we go along, depending on how much we can get the input from the marketplace to do their part, as well as us doing our part in our right-of-ways that we have to maintain and that we've been maintaining in the marketplace.
Okay. And so just to be clear, the city maintains some of those right-of-ways, but the Camp Creek Marketplace and the CID maintain others. Is that correct?
And GDOT.
And GDOT.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do we have how are we holding GDOT accountable for helping to keep the area clean also? Or are we? Or is it possible for us to do so?
Well, I don't know how to hold them accountable except for to contact them when I see things. Not only do I work here, I live in the area. So when I see things, I have certain numbers in my phone. I pick it up and call them, say I either, there's pothole, there's something in the median area, all over, as well as Washington Road. We get a lot of problems there, trees down off the exit ramps. We're not responsible for anything until it comes off that exit ramp onto our public streets. So when I see things, I try to call over to the maintenance office, which is on Roosevelt Highway, and let them know things that I see. Definitely if there's some things that are unsafe on the road.
So just to be clear, you guys currently clean up 3 days a week in that area, is what you said earlier?
Yes, sir. We've been, since October, we've been going out there 3 times a week, on Monday through Friday. We try to get out there first thing on Monday, because we know after the weekends, we go out there on Fridays to make sure that we at least try to hit it before the weekends, to make sure that the area is looking in some sort of order. But our areas that we clean are, let's say, behind Starbucks, which is which is Creek Point, and then Creek Point Avenue, which goes towards the where Taco Bell, and this is it. And then North Commerce. Particularly in that area right there, those are the streets that we're responsible on Shelby Drive. And then we go down Red Wine all the way down to Desert Drive and down to Camp Creek in that area right there. That's the area that we maintain. Now, as far as grass cutting is concerned, mainly the areas that we actually cut would be going down Red Wine and down Desert Drive.
Okay. All right. So in conclusion, what would you recommend we should do collectively in order to try to keep that area clean? And I'll say that because I've had this conversation with the CID often, and what has been told to me is that they can go out at 7:30 or 8:30 in the morning, and within an hour, the trash is back there. It's not for lack of effort, but how can we collectively solve this littering problem using the people that you mentioned before? What's your recommendation?
Just when I sent our 3-day-a-week schedule to CID Crystal, I had to say Crystal, that's her name. She did say to me, she said, great, I have this. We have some people that are crossing paths, and she'll adjust the schedule. Our staff who was out there yesterday, I think it was yesterday, they actually said that they did see someone else out there cleaning as well. So they were probably cleaning their areas and we're cleaning our areas. It's a work in progress. I'm going to be honest with you, and we will be working with Councilmember Martin. She has put a great effort forward, and I think it's working. I think the ideas that she has are good ideas, and we'll be implementing on our side what we need to do within our jurisdiction, and then make sure that we can assist in the other ways to advise anybody else if they might need something as well. But I think we come a long way, and we have a lot to do, not just only in the marketplace. We have several areas that we address. Some of them, fall into not our jurisdiction, but we're trying to get them anywhere that's connected. we try to clean those areas and try to maintain as best we can. I don't give excuses. I mean, we still have staffing that we're trying to staff up now. We're getting there. And then in our budget, I heard people mention that today. Some part of our budgets will be to hire some additional folks, which will also mean equipment as well that we may need to do to make sure that we can properly maintain the city in an adequate manner.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There are a number of people that are in, so just so it won't be so disconnected, the consent order that Councilmember Butler referenced, the defendant in that case no longer owns the property. Therefore, that consent order is not enforceable on the new owners. And when Chief was at the meeting on Friday, they talked about code enforcement going back out. So maybe if they go to court, there'll be a new consent order, but that one is no longer enforceable because they're new owners. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Here's my question. For the trouble areas where there a lot of litter, can we, because one thing we have to do is educate people about litter. And I know that for a fact because men of intelligence clean getting off the ramp of 166. And every time they clean it, an hour later, it is like it was never clean because people constantly are throwing stuff out their windows. It's just like the Wayfield Plaza. It is I've sat and watched people just throw chicken bones out the window and paper and everything, and that's how it ends up over in the water, in the grass of the water treatment center, because it's just nasty. And I think one, we need to educate people on litter. Also, where there are trouble areas, hot spots, maybe putting up more signage about litter, and also maybe getting cameras to work as well, so you'll know who's doing the litter, especially if they're in their cars. We have tag readers. You can send them a citation in the mail if that's something that we could do. That those are things that we need to look at. But also bringing on more people to clean. But the main key is educating people on litter and the importance of putting their litter in the trash can. So my question is, how can we do those things, work hand in hand with the police as well as putting out more signage where there are hot spots?
Yes, ma'am. And that's all a part of what we've been doing as far as our accumulation of trying to get our team in coordination with our 30, 60, and 90 days. Our code enforcement officer, Ms. DeBerry, and I talked last week about what direction we're going in reference to creating some type of signage. And I think this was mentioned before, but it's still in process to create. We have signage that we have that indicates littering. We have some kind signs that we have. You may have seen around the city, the yellow signs that say no littering. We try to put them near bus stops and areas where people are standing. Also had them written in English and in Spanish. And then we also have our I call them our hard signs that actually say no littering and there's a fine. Certainly if there's an area that if you come up Washington Road from Camp Creek going towards downtown, right there between Arlington and Potomac, that seems to be, for some reason, I don't know if it blows that way, but it seems to be an area that ends up getting littered on a day-to-day basis. We've installed some signs up there within the last couple of weeks, some of the hardcore signs that actually tell about a fine. And just in coming through that way, and then you all can travel that way as well when you can, just let me know. It seems like it may have decreased a little because we were coming through there every day. Out off of one other area in the city off of Ben Hill, which I travel through every day, and it's one of our hot spots. We see that seems like somebody just intentionally throws a bag out almost in the same area on a day-to-day basis. When I was coming through this morning, I saw it. Staff was already directed because it's one of the areas they already went out there. They were already going on their way out there to take care of that area after they worked in the marketplace. So yes, we will be increasing signage. There is a sign off the ramp. There was a sign there off the ramp, and we will be increasing our signage around the city with the fines. We're going to come up, our team is trying to come up with a slogan sign. If you have anything you might think about, just kind of send it to our city manager or send it to us so we can kind of take that in consideration on like a slogan, hey, we don't litter, like back in the day when some of us, and I'm gonna say my age, where there used to be a commercial, we were even talking about maybe there's some billboard signs out in the marketplace. If we can maybe get with the marketplace people so they can put up there about littering in the area. But it coming up when I was a youth, something that had me thinking about littering was the Indian along the highway years ago. And you would see someone throw some litter out of their car, and then they have a sign of the Indian, and I hate to say it like with a tear dropping from his eyes. And as a kid, that stuck with me. So we had to start educating, like you said, educating children. So some of the other things that we were talking about, and all this is part of our program, but some of the other things part of is come up with some type of program where we can go into the school system to try to teach the little kids or the younger kids that are coming up about littering, to have them impose on their parents. And be honest with you, I remember one time I had a beer in my car and I threw it out the window. My children were there and they said, "Why are you throwing that bottle out the window?" It was an empty bottle I had in the car, but I didn't want to get stopped in the car, and I had it in the car. And that was a long time ago. So I understand, the kids understand. So those are things that we need to do to make sure that we're going to put together a good program. I don't, I believe at the end, I believe this time next year when we come back and we talk about this, it may not be a conversation.
Okay, you got me. Thank you.
Councilmember, I think Ziegler is next. Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Reeves. First, I do want to applaud your effort. I mean, I know you guys are doing the best that you can. You're working with what it is that you have, the resources that you have. So when you do your litter pickup on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that in the Camp Creek area? Or is it just throughout the city on Monday, Wednesday, Friday that's delegated specifically for just litter pickup?
Throughout the city.
Throughout the city.
Yes.
So Monday,
They usually
Wednesday,
get that
Friday.
early in the morning. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and then, like I said, I've seen the workers go by and clean up, and then somebody come maybe 30 minutes behind them and throw trash out. So, I mean, I understand, it's not like you guys aren't doing it. Some of the things that we could possibly, I know additional staff is something that would most definitely help us out. That Camp Creek area that Councilmember Martin Rogers is talking about, do they have those, it's like the street sweepers, those small mechanical things that they just kind of, I know like in Kroger parking lot, I've seen them where they just ride the entire parking lot and it just picks up trash. Is that something that we could consider looking at? Or would that be something that management for Camp Creek would have to do? Or, but I do know I've seen those, it's just like a vacuum cleaner that's under some sort of like tractor or whatever that just rides through and it just constantly just ride the entire parking lot. Is that something that we could consider? Or?
Absolutely. I put that in our budget for our capital to get some of those machines, not necessarily out there,
But just period.
but during some of our local streets, our main street and our thoroughfares like that, downtown areas, just like you've probably seen where they go by, they have a hose and they're collecting going down the street. So I did put a couple of those, or else I did put a couple of those in our budget to have those.
And one more thing, what about just additional trash receptacles just throughout the city? I mean, a lot of people just kind of throw trash out there because there may not be a trash can, even though you could hold it until you get to one, but could we consider putting additional trash receptacles, around the city?
Yes, ma'am. That was something that City Councilmember Freely and I talked about a couple months ago about doing different types of receptacles, again, some type of uniform or design type of receptacle so we can have around the city. I talked to, in conversation with our sanitation director, solid waste director, Mr. Moore. He indicated that we may have to change some type of trash cans we use because the reusable inner parts of the trash cans keep coming up missing. So we're looking at some type of design where we can have something that can be more stable, or that we can secure that someone can just come by and walk by and take it along, take it home with them, use it in their house, their property. So.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler. Member Ziegler, Councilmember Mitchell, and then Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Okay, there we go. Good evening. Thank you so much for coming. You know, we do have a lot of challenges throughout the whole city. I just want to, you know, say that I'm really excited to, you know, see the litter schedule that you come up with. You know, I think it is going to be a challenge to figure out a routine at first. But, you know, just because it's a challenge doesn't mean it's impossible. You know, I'm really looking forward to working together with this council to, you know, make some big changes in the city. And I cannot wait to see it through.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Hey, thanks for your presentation again. Just along those same lines as Councilman Starr, I did witness, you know, I guess unhoused young woman. She was using the restroom along, not too far off of Main Street. I do see we do have those porta potties. I think those are a great idea. And if we can strategically place those around the city to help those who may not have access to a restroom, or place them somewhere it's not such an eyesore, but just definitely make those available to those who may not have a home or whatnot. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And again, we do have a litter problem. So I know that the 30, 60, 90-day plan is supposed to come back when? April 1st. So within that plan, what I would like to see is a robust timeline of litter pickup. And robust meaning 3 to at least 4 times a week in each specific ward. What I also wanted to say was, the information that I got from the CID supplements litter pickup and trash collection off of the streets. They specifically said they supplement, they do not replace what the city does. And the reason why we have not received the assistance of the CID was because a schedule was never presented to those that work at the CID to work in conjunction with the city of East Point. In that 30, 60, 90-day plan, I would also like to see that some sort of communication has been provided to the CID so that we're working in conjunction. Again, I mentioned an earlier contract with the Reimage Group. I'd like to see them a part of the entire cleanup or the litter pickup schedule. We have 4 different wards. I'd also like to see more people hired. What will that cost in order for us to keep our city clean? I've been traveling throughout our highways and byways, and I've looked for trash in other areas, and it's just not there. And we have a litter trash problem that really, really needs to be addressed. I think that this has been going on for 6 years. It has been brought to individuals' attention and nothing has been done. So I am looking forward to that 30, 60, 90-day plan. And also, in addition to that, I don't know if it is appropriate to ask for this motion, but Camp Creek is owned by multiple people. What we really need is a GIS map for those businesses in the Camp Creek Marketplace, the Camp Creek Point, and also the Camp Creek Business Park, with who owns what. Because the same person who owns Longhorn or manages the Longhorn Steakhouse may not manage their front area. So if council supports me tonight, I would really like a GIS color-coded map of who owns what, current owners, not owners that have transferred properties, but I would like for the city manager to provide that map to us at our first meeting in April so that we can revisit holding those entities accountable for assisting us in maintaining their properties. Because at the end of the day, the Camp Creek Marketplace, that entire area makes money. That's our commerce area. And people come from all over to that area to shop. I was just there on Saturday morning in the parking lot to one specific location where AT&T is, the nail salon, and Chipotle. It was 10 o'clock in the morning and the parking lot was filled with trash. So these entities are making money in our city. Providing a nice, clean shopping experience is the least that they could do for the money that they're making. So that is my motion for this evening, that we come back with that geography map, GIS map for the first meeting in April, highlighted with who is responsible for what.
There's a motion on the floor for a GIS color-coded map of ownership of parcels in the Camp Creek Marketplace. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I have something to say.
In the Camp Creek Marketplace area. It's been seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Shropshire.
Here's my thing. Yes, these businesses are here and people are spending money, but we also got to hold the business owner responsible for cleaning up the property. We can't just say that it's the city fault. The business owner has to be responsible for cleaning up the property. That's just like the Wayfield Plaza. Every day, there's trash in that plaza, and the business owner has to be responsible. Now, to a certain extent, I would say, yes, it's the city, but in plazas, it's the business owner. People are coming, spending money, and their customers are throwing trash out the window. And that is where the education piece comes in. That is where more litter signs are coming in. And that is where you put your cameras in your hot spots. And if you start sending these people some tickets, they'll get the message. And that's what I have to say.
So there's a motion on the floor. I've been patiently waiting, so I'll go in on discussion on this, so then we can move on. It's good to know that the schedule was finally provided to Crystal, because at the meeting on Friday, she indicated she's been asking for it for years and hasn't received it. So now Crystal with the CIDs has a map. July 18, 2018, I forwarded a agreement after myself, former Councilmember Gordon, City Manager, and Mr. Reeves had a meeting with the GDOT representative about a supplemental agreement that GDOT provides to North Fulton cities and provides funding to help supplement their cleaning schedule and provide additional resources to the local communities to be able to help clean those areas. So I've made that agreement available to our interim city manager and deputy city manager. I forwarded that email from 6 years ago. And I've also shared it with the CIDs and GDOT. And I'm hopeful that as a part of this 30, 60, 90-day presentation that we will receive on April 1st and a plan that is included and contact has been made. I also spoke with Dana Lemon on the GDOT, our GDOT board representative, and so she'll be following up with me this week. As it relates to the code enforcement, the reality of it is we've been talking about this for a very long time. And yes, there are things that the city needs to do. There are things that the CIDs can do. There are things that GDOT can do. But the business owners must do something, and we must hold them accountable for our ordinances that are already in place. Because if we're just talking about it and they're not getting cited when the trash cans look like snow cones because there's so much trash piled outside the top of the trash can, I mean, we're going to continue to have these conversations. So I look forward to code enforcement and citations beefing up as well for people who are not, and this is throughout the city, who are not complying, because the business owner has a duty to ensure that their establishments are clean. You look at some of these same businesses that are in East Point and you go to their locations in North Fulton and you'll see a night and day stark contrast different. And so it is definitely a collaborative, coordinated approach that's needed. And again, I'm looking forward to the plan, but I'm also looking forward to action. So we've heard a lot tonight about what is happening, but I've seen Public Works employees drive past trash. I've walked in the city hall and there's been grass shavings on the sidewalk from where they cut the grass and then pick up the grass shavings. So we have an issue, and that we as a city need to address it. We need to accept accountability, responsibility for that and do something. And so I look forward to the plan, but I look more so to the action. We've talked about cleaning the gateways, the multi-department approach, and not working in silos collectively in the city. And we still have gateways that are not clean. So April 1st, I think, is when it's coming back for a presentation. The motion on the floor is to direct staff to provide a GIS color-coded map of ownership in the Camp Creek Marketplace area. So that would include the different Camp Creek Marketplace area would include those, because there's also other owners that aren't in those organizations, like Chick-fil-A, Red Lobster, the Out Parsons, Target, they own their own area. So it wouldn't be in those two businesses. Any further discussion?
Mayor, before we close, just to clarify, because we are on a recorded, Reimage is, we do not have a contract with Reimage at this time. That solicitation ended in December, and we actually just got back, completed our next solicitation for landscape services, and we will be meeting with the vendor at the end of this week to make sure that they are able to address the issues that we put out for the solicitation. So Reimage is, at this point, is not one of our selected vendors. So I just want to make that clear.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Next item.
Thank you, Mayor Collins.
Is item number 17, council discussion and possible action on public relations services for the Office of Communication with K. Warren LLC and Design Show Marketing not to exceed $20,000. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on public relations services for the Office of Communications with K. Warren LLC and Design Show Marketing not to exceed $25,000. $20,000.
Did you say second, Councilman?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, as you know, our communications department is understaffed and is inundated with a number of requests throughout the organization. And this item it seeks a discussion between the council members on authorizing us to purchase or get public relations services from K. Warren LLC and Design Show Marketing in an amount not to exceed $20,000.
Have coming up. So we've heard what Mr. Brown shared. Is there any questions? I think Councilmember Ziegler, you said you had a question. Oh, okay. Mr. Brown, would you like Mr.
Please, Mike, if you
Dimick
could,
to present? Go ahead, Mr. Dimick.
Sure, Mayor and Council, as the city manager expressed, item 17 is a result of solicitation to seek public relations services for our workload for the Office of Communications. Any questions?
Can you provide any more details on that?
Yeah, basically, they'll help us with newsletters, a crisis communications plan, event promotions, anything that that we seek is overage or we can't handle in our department currently.
And how come, and so right now, how many people are in your communications department?
I'm sorry?
How many people are in your communications department?
3,
3.
Mhm.
And how many should be there?
4.
Okay, so you're down one person.
Yes, but with the reorganization that we were going through with the old prior city manager, we were going to add more positions because we had this problem already. So we identified it and we wanted to add more staff, but as it stands, it's at 4.
Okay. And, and what were the different things that this person would help do?
As far as which position?
Whatever is on this agenda item, K Warren LLC, what is it that they would do?
They would help with newsletters, crisis communications plans, and event promotions. Basically, right now, what we have is we deal with everything communications with the city. So social media posts, emails, both from council, both internally with staff. We also deal with a lot of promotions. We film, videography, we maintain East Point TV. We maintain these council meetings that are filmed, well, 3 times a month, but twice that we have to edit, process, and go from there. So those are very time-consuming tasks.
Did you say that you edit the recordings
Yes, we do.
for city council?
Only before and afterwards, because we start recording before. So if a council meeting starts at 6:30, we'll start recording at about 6:25. Sometimes we go over, or sometimes we'll have executive session and we do edit those. We don't edit anything that's been said in the council unless it's been requested.
Unless if it's been requested?
Yes.
What can you expound on that?
Well, they may not want the executive session where, you guys go into executive session. We may not keep that, it may be an hour, 2 hours, or however long you guys are in executive session, and we won't.
Mike, hold on, Mike. Okay, I think what he's trying to explain is this is all part of how they put the video together. They're not editing commentary from the council. They're editing the length of time between the breaks.
Yes.
Not what you guys say.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Uh-oh.
Okay, good.
And so you're just cutting off the beginning and the end times to when it actually starts and ends.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we have a lot of processes with that as well. It's not just cut those off at the beginning and end. Once we are done with these meetings, we have to take these meetings and process them, which we have to run it through a system in order to get it up to East Point Television, to our server. And a lot of times these meetings are 150 gigs, 200 gigs. It takes us almost a week. So when you're looking at 3 meetings and 2 of them that we have to process, we already have 2 weeks where we're inundated with, trying to make sure that the council meeting has been posted properly onto our television station.
Okay, I guess it's just not getting into my head because like I have been a big Facebook watcher and YouTube watcher as well. And, these videos post pretty much instantly after the council is done.
Absolutely. But
he's not talking about those. Those stay on unedited. So Facebook, that stay wherever we're live streaming, it stays on unedited. The TV station, when they upload it to there,
right,
that's where they can cut the beginning and end. But I mean, you can go back to meetings years from now, like years ago, especially when we're in COVID. Those full meetings are still, because they're live streamed on Facebook, so you can't edit those. But the ones to the, I think he's saying the ones to the TV station is where they cut out the lag time. But the ones where we're live streaming, they can't change those.
Right.
Okay. And so we need to hire this agency to do, so what is it that this agency is going to do that is not already being done?
E-newsletters, actual physical newsletters, a crisis communications plan that we want to work on, a lot of event promotions. We have a lot of events. Matter of fact, the busy season is coming up, so they'll definitely help us with some of those. And that could be anything from making flyers and, helping out with our graphic designing, things like that. Yes.
Okay. Do we have anything that's itemized from this person or from this company?
Well, this is on call. So things that we're unable to get to, we delegate those jobs to these guys so that they can help us. When you speak of itemization, when they went through the process, they itemized the things that they did as part of the presentation, and they had 2 presentations plus an interview of a panel so that we could make sure that they were a good fit.
Okay. And so if this is on call, then I guess, I mean, newsletters would be planned, right?
Correct?
Okay. And event promotions, those would also be planned, right?
Correct.
So the only thing on call that I could see possible would be like a crisis communication.
Mhm.
Because that would be something that you could not plan for. It could happen in the middle of the night. I don't know exactly what the crisis communication plan would be. Has that been shared with us?
Not yet, no, something that we're working on.
Okay, so if it's something that we're working on, then why do we have something already in place to,
Because that's one of the things that they'll help us with. That's something that I'm implementing.
okay. So it's also like consulting us to create a plan?
I'm not clear on that question.
So,
Since they're providing consulting services to create the crisis communication plan.
Yeah, if I can, Mayor. Okay, so any plan that any employee or department works on, most likely it's going to have to be approved by the council, especially a crisis communication plan, which you don't have right now. So we have protocols for when there's an officer-involved shooting, when there's a natural disaster. We have those things. But what we don't have is one message, one voice, and a plan of action on who speaks for the town or the city when there's an issue. So that's one leg of the stool. But right now, that department of 4 people, they're inundated with a number of requests, oddbird requests, not just straightforward requests. Their mission has been changing and evolving since I've been here over the last 2 weeks. They are working every day except for Sunday. And I know this because I've spoken with this department on Saturday. So the workload has evolved. Now, what we can do, and what I think would be helpful, if we can, and by the way, this was a competitive solicitation. It was itemized on what these folks bid on. So it was the best price we could get for what we do. But right now, we're trying to handle these projects with speed. And we're not able to do that effectively with 4 people. So there are times where we're going to need to outsource some of these things. And what this does, it gives us the ability to increase our workload smartly, because this is a not to exceed contract. Doesn't mean they might use it all. Doesn't mean they're going to use it until they or lose it. They're going to use it as necessary or on call, if you want to call it that. So it's not an everyday thing. It is something that's needed if these guys are behind. And they're behind now, I can tell you that right now.
I yield.
Councilmember Mitchell.
So I had some similar concerns, like how is she getting paid? Is it per hour? What's the rate? And I know we have this kind of disturbing me. It's a $20,000 mark for, it seems like these are, I understand you might need help with certain tasks. I can understand the emergency communication plan. Like she brought up a great point. A lot of stuff is on the schedule for, you should know weeks ahead what, the workload for the most part for communication and events and things of that nature. And I guess my concern is, one, if we are going to pay her or up to this amount, what's the per hour rate? 2, well, I guess that's the first question. What's the rate?
Yeah, so is this a lump sum contract, and then there's an a la carte on what you spend?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't spend more than $20,000, and you can only spend what's in the contract that we will end up into. So, Mike, if you got examples, that would be.
No, that's exactly what it is. It's a la carte. So when if we need something done, we'll ask them, what the price is, and then they'll tell us, and, we'll agree or disagree, depending on what it is.
And for this particular individual, I see she has her name as an LLC. Is this a group or is this one person?
I mean, it's LLC, it's a limited liability company, so
I mean,
Yeah,
but it's
both of them are here.
It
Both
could be,
companies.
it could be one, it could be two.
Yeah,
it could-
one person can own an LLC in Georgia.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be
So,
multiple.
I guess sole proprietor, but I looked her up, so are we paying $20,000 for help for one person to come in? I guess that's the other question.
So I think one
they're
thing
here-
that needs to be clarified is this is up to $20,000. And it's not $20,000 per company. It's a bucket of up to $20,000. Was this a RFP or RFQ?
RFQ.
So it was a request for qualification versus a request for proposal, which means they just got a list of qualified people. Nobody's guaranteed work in a request for qualification. It's up to 20,000, but they could choose to only do 500 or nothing. So when you select vendors, you're literally just kind of pre-approving a list of people that if you should need some help, they've already shared with you what their pricing would be, and you can go up to that amount. But this is not that one person or both of these people, because my question was, is each company getting 20,000? It was rhetorical because I know it's a bucket of 20,000. They're on the list. One can get all of the work. One can get like that. The staff would decide. So I think that clarification is needed as to like what it is and what that amount is. Go ahead, Councilmember
Sure,
Mitchell.
so did it go out for a bidding process, or did you choose from a list? Can we get a little clarification on that?
Say that again?
Did it go out for a bidding
It goes
process?
RFQ.
Yeah.
It's RFQ.
Is a form of solicitation. Either do a request for proposal or request for qualification. So it is a solicitation.
So during this bidding process, 20,000, I guess it's the least amount they said they wouldn't exceed, I guess, the client.
I don't know, I think
bid
that's the amount that staff set, right?
Yeah,
Because we
correct.
could have said 50 grand, we
Right.
could have said 100 grand, we could have said 200 grand.
Correct.
I don't harp on this, but I just feel more comfortable if that number wasn't so big, and if they want to come back, if they needed more, so maybe 10,000, then with approval, we can check their billing, because I think if you give somebody a total that is probably, if they know the total, they might just bill if we're not being too careful. So I guess one solution to this would be, I mean, just for me, I would feel comfortable if that was a lower amount, and then if we have to come back later to adjust that, if the billables and everything seem kosher, I think that could be a solution. Because I think we run into problems just giving people a limit. They try to meet that limit most of the time. I mean, one way or another, but I think that's a way we can combat that. Do they even know what the limit is? Or I guess that's my other question.
So I think, Councilmember Mitchell, you're comparing this to like our legal contract, where it's a set hourly rate and, or it fluctuates, like it's different. So this one is the staff determines whether or not they get the 20,000. It's not up to them. So if staff chooses not to use them, there will be no billing. If staff chooses to use them, then they would bill us at the rate that's in the proposal. And then staff can't go over $20,000. But it's not that the vendor can bill us up to $20,000, because the vendor might not get $20,000 worth of work. So I think it's different than the legal contracts that are agreements or arrangements that we've had in place. This one is more driven by staff making the decision, and the vendor does not have the right ability. Like, again, with a request for qualification, one of them might not get any work. One might get all the work. They might get equal work, but all of that is determined by staff, because they'll get to decide who from this list. And then staff can't go over the 20,000. I hear you saying you feel comfortable with a lower amount, but I just wanted to share that this is different than the agreements that you're thinking about with the request for
So I
qualification.
keep hearing, I guess staff chooses the person. I keep hearing, and then keep hearing it goes up for a bid.
So it's already gone out for solicitation with the request for qualification. They are recommending the two entities. They're basically telling us that these two businesses are qualified to do the work. That's why it's called a request.
I'm sorry, who's telling us this?
Staff.
Okay.
Through the solicitation process, though. They did a solicitation, they reviewed it, they had a panel, and then they're saying, based upon what was in the request for qualification solicitation, these vendors meet those qualifications.
So they got to choose, basically. The staff got to choose who they
We
want.
recommend.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the right, I'm sorry.
They're making a recommendation to us to accept it, but yes, how many solicitations did we receive?
How many in total?
So out of they evaluated the five responses, and they said these two are the ones that meet the qualifications. But just because they meet the qualifications, they're not entitled to work.
Okay.
They're not entitled to get any work if they don't need it.
And have we worked with this vendor before? What's our relationship with only this vendor, the K Warren LLC? I've seen the other one. And Design Show Marketing? Have we worked with them before?
K Warren has done work with East Point before and with many municipalities in the area. I don't believe that, we haven't done.
Who are you looking back
Yeah,
at? 'Cause
no, I was just,
whoever-
I'm looking.
No,
Hey,
is
you guys can
that,
come up.
I mean,
I want them to come up so you guys can see.
absolutely, so you don't have to keep looking
Yes.
back. These are contracting questions.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how
Hi.
are you?
No, these are the vendors. I'm talking about, Mr. Brown, can you bring forth the interim contracting director?
Yeah, Dermot, if you could come forward
He's
and so
leaning
that
back,
way.
asking questions. Thank you, ladies, for being here. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well.
So I was asking, have we worked with these vendors before, or?
We have not worked with this vendor. We have worked with K Warren.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what's the name of the company again?
Bridget from Design Show.
Yeah.
And do you know in what capacity or what was the products of, or is it like an example of the type of work? 'Cause I understand we need like an emergency plan, but some of this other stuff seems pretty, routine. You know what I mean? I was asking, can you give us an example of, you know what? Yeah, pretty much. Example of the work.
Well,
the kind of-
if I may, it might be better for the vendor to give you a presentation right now while they're here, so you can hear in their own words what they are. If the staff can just move aside and let
Yeah,
the
'cause
first lady come up for about a minute, 30 seconds, if you could, and then we'll have the second person step up, minute, 30 seconds.
Yeah, please don't mind. Just
State your
want a little-
name for the record.
Right.
Thank you.
Better
My name-
understanding of the communication, I guess, your role, and I guess what you're being potentially hired for, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Bridget. I'm the owner of Design Show Marketing. We specialize in behavioral marketing for generational marketing, ZX, when it comes to associations, municipalities, nonprofits. We've worked with the ATL Airport Chamber, the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. So we really specialize in outreach in communities, really boots on the ground to engage people, whether it's an initiative or a campaign.
Okay. Any questions?
Any questions?
All right.
So we're gonna expedite this. We can't do one at a time. Can we have the other potential vendor speak, and then we can go back to questions?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Kathy Warren with K Warren LLC. K Warren has been engaged with the county beginning in 2009. We've worked in various capacities year to date. We've worked with 4 administrations: Crandall Jones, Joe Macon, Fred Gardner, Darren King. We've held various roles from marketing. We were on a marketing communications retainer. We served as interim PIO for a couple of months. We've done project management and events, and we've worked with several council members, present and prior. We did a Day of Peace with Councilmember Renee, Center Park Grand reopening with Councilmember Gothard, former Councilmember Gothard, and former Councilmember Karen Renee. We actually did the GMA Summit on Community Policing with former Councilmember Stephanie Gordon. We assisted with the Holiday Business Affair with former Councilmember Nanette Saucier. We also assisted with the Jazz Festival with Councilmember Sharon Shropshire. Juneteenth celebration 2020 with Mayor Dina Holiday Ingram. We've done the MLK Day service, Councilmember Sharon Shropshire. We've also managed the inauguration for 2 terms for mayor and council members at large. And we have worked on Wednesday wind down in the Point with Councilmember Sharon Shropshire. And this is in various capacities with these different events, be it public relations, be it event management. We've done a great deal of graphic design. We actually were the ones to create the East Point corporate ID pack that you see. And that actually went along with the strategic marketing plan that we prepared for the city. So like I say, we've done a plethora of things, services for the city.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I will yield if anybody else.
Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dimick. So I guess it took me a little while. We're talking about 2 firms, 2 separate firms, correct?
Correct.
And what is the thinking behind 2 versus 1 vendor?
Well, we wanted one as a backup just in case, the first one didn't work out or we didn't think that certain task would be a good fit for that firm. So we went with another firm just to, ensure that.
Okay. And just from these very brief presentations, admittedly very brief, it sounds like they both have a lot of expertise in event marketing. Is that hitting the real spot that we seem to need in terms of our communication needs?
Well, they, with their presentations, both of them had a plethora, all different kind of areas of public relations, not just like promotions or nothing specific. And these are some of the reasons that we selected these guys.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mike.
Mhm.
So a couple of questions.
Sure.
So currently, you have a staff of 4. It's 4 total, or is it?
Well, we have 3 right now, but we're supposed to have 4.
Okay, you have 3. So what will be the optimum number of people, staff? I mean, your wish list. How
My
many
wish
people?
list?
Yes.
The wish list would be for for us to divide the departments. One to be video, audio, media, the other one to be PIO and communications coordinator.
So how many people?
So I would have 2 on with communications coordinator and PIO would probably remain 2, maybe an extra person over there, so 3 total. And when you're talking as far as the audio video side, we would probably be looking at 4.
So total of your staff?
Together, 7. If we had,
7
if the departments remained together, it would be 7. But if they were divided, it would be 4 and 3.
Okay. So if you had 7, we wouldn't have a need for the young ladies that are standing behind you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that being said, I know you guys are just kind of like all over the place with regards to all the different tasks that you do, which is why you're looking to bring these young ladies in potentially when the workload just gets to be too much. Because we're asking all of this, what potentially will be good for 7 people, 3 people are doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so question to the city manager.
Yeah.
We are in the process of.
Yes, ma'am. And remember, this is all a process.
I get it.
So if you.
I don't think we should try to get them to commit to staffing or any of
I'm
that.
not getting them to commit to staff, and I'm just trying to, what we're trying to do is just sort of get a point so we can understand, because
No,
I know
I-
that question is, what is the need for the additional staff for the young ladies that are behind you? What's the need for it? And it's because. they're
Right,
being
I just
pulled all
don't
over
want the
the place.
directors to get ahead of the supervisor, who's the city manager, and sharing with us stuff that maybe they haven't talked about, or they've had discussions that might not. I'm just concerned about going down that road, because you got a interim director and the supervisor here, and he's talking about budget and dreams of staffing. And I don't know if that's something that he shared yet with Mr. Brown, or if they've discussed it. And I'm not really asking for a response. I'm just saying how once we start doing that, we're now putting a subordinate in a position to share with us something that they may not have communicated with the director. So it's already out there, but I think we should I get the point that you're making and to support the need for the additional services, but I think we should just kind of go away from that because I know they're in the budget process. Mr. Brown is having meetings with the directors as well as they met with us, and I know they're going through that process, but I just don't want to create any challenges there.
Okay, so I do understand that rabbit hole, not trying to necessarily go down there, but just for my colleagues here that didn't quite, I think there were a lot of questions like, why these people, why $20,000, why not 10? But the bottom line is, you all are being taxed to do a whole lot of work that would be optimal for 7 people, but there are only 3 doing it. So, which is a reason why you're gonna need some additional help, just to make sure that you're on top of everything with all that everyone is asking you to do. Good deal. Okay,
Thank you.
so just to kind of help, just bring some clarification to why the need is currently there. And the $20,000 is not necessarily saying that we'll get there. They may pull a Hail Mary and do it all and not even need their services. But in the event that the workload gets to be too much, that's why they're in place.
Correct.
Okay, I yield.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And if I could just have you guesstimate how much of your workload goes into creating graphics and trying to promote any and all events for East Point. I know that in our future agenda item, we have Main Street Association with the 4th of July. We have Wednesday Wine Night. We have a lot of different events, things. How much of your time goes towards these events?
Depending on the time of year, which is a busy season coming up, a lot of our time, I really can't give a number, but most of our manpower goes to those events. I mean, which is fine, but we also have a recurring, things like council meetings and things like that. And we have staff, as far as graphics that we constantly get to, hey, create a graphic, put it up on social media. So those things are recurring. But when we do have events, which is a lot of them, the workload becomes very heavy.
And have you leveraged the Visitors Bureau for any help?
Sorry about that.
Have you leveraged the Visitors Bureau?
No, not yet. We're looking into hiring, going to a couple of schools and maybe getting some interns. We have had a couple of interns in, but we're working on that right now. So, as the city manager stated, it's a process. So
we have an East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau.
yes.
And so you're saying that you're going to go and get interns for that?
No. I was speaking on something else. I misunderstood. Sorry.
Okay. So have you or will you approach the Visitors Bureau to help with promotion of events?
Sure, we can.
Okay. Because I just feel like we already have that contract established.
Okay.
I don't know what they do, but I feel like that this is exactly what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to help attract people to come into our city and helping us with promotions with our events that are, we have great events. And so I just don't understand why we would want to pay more money to have a service that we already supposedly have.
So let me just say the hotel motel money that goes to the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau can only be used for advertising. So we have very limited usage by the law as to what those funds could be used for. And so to your point around marketing and advertising events, they do support in that. But the additional work that he's talking about, like graphics for city stuff or news like that, they wouldn't be able to help with that piece. But they'll come next month because they came in December and gave a presentation of their work and their plans. But with our new council, they're going to come next month to be able to share that information with you all too. So they're limited in what they can do, and what they can do, they provide that advertising support. They only get the TCT, Tourism, Conventions and Trade Show money to advertise, so I just wanted to put that in there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it sounds like that, you're saying that, you spend a lot of your time, most of your time, especially when it gets busy, most of your time goes towards graphic design and promotion of events for the city.
Well, video as well. That's probably graphic design and video processing is where we spend a lot of our time.
Okay. And I don't know, I just feel like that we could spend this money and time and trying to get a full-time employee or something, or I just feel like that something else can be done. Was there a contract provided in the works or in the agenda packet?
Point, we have to approve their recommendation of the proposed vendors, and then they go through contracting to actually. And I think with a request for qualification, I can't recall. I did one of these in Fulton. Like if there's a separate contract after they are qualified, or do we just use the solicitation and what they put in it? I can't remember. I'm looking at legal on that one.
We utilize
But
outstanding.
tonight,
contract.
we're not necessarily approving the terms, what they share in the solicitation has some of that information. Generally, with even the request for proposal, we approve or not the recommendation for the vendor, and then they go do the contract, and then we approve the contract. So I can't remember. Attorney Murphy,
Jeremy, just tell her.
So, I had Councilman Butler, Councilman Throckmorton, and then Councilman Thomas. You can release your mic so I can, Mr. Attorney. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Typically, you would still enter into a contract with the vendor. So you can authorize the city manager, or you could authorize the not to exceed amount and authorize the city manager and mayor to enter into a contract, or you could bring the contracts back before the council, just depending on what you would do in your motion.
Thank you.
And last question. So you had mentioned that there are certain tasks that one group would not be good for, but the other one could handle. What is it that you were thinking when you said that?
Well, it just depends on the task. We have just hired a communications coordinator, and a lot of these things she's tasked with doing, and I would leave it to her, of course, with my approval, that if she needs help with something, that she could delegate some of those duties to either firm.
Okay, but that's not what you said earlier.
What did I say earlier?
Earlier, you had said that there are certain tasks that one group is good at and not the other. So it sounds like that there's like a distinction between the two groups.
Well, the decision was not made just by me. We had an entire panel, that we graded these guys on. So everyone had, their own feelings or, their own thoughts about who was better at what. So it just wasn't a one-man thing where I'm saying, okay, she's better than the other person. This was an entire panel that decided that.
Okay, I'll yield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you guys for your patience. I would like to stress to my colleagues that, let me summarize what I think I've heard. We have a communication department that's responsible for all media. I'll give you an example. We just had the Healthy Point. The communications department did the logo, not only for the t-shirt, but they did the logo for the flyers, for all the bulletin boards. There was a banner on Washington Road. All of that came out of your department with 3 people. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Then you were there on Saturday to shoot the video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what we're looking to is to supplement your department with only $20,000 to help you get the additional help that you need. And let me just explain to my colleagues so they'll understand what that means. When you have video, and we stay in these meetings far too long, you have to batch the video. You have to compress the files. So if you're in an 8-hour meeting, then it could take you 8 hours to compress and batch those files in order to upload. And so when you're talking about editing the process, it takes that kind of time. What we're attempting to do in this process is to augment this department with a small sum, $20,000, with a vendor who was chosen out of 5, who has an extensive history working in this municipality, but other municipalities as well. They have done an excellent job with multiple things. Their experience is not about graphics. It's not about promoting concerts or promoting events. It's a full-fledged PR agency, which is designed to supplement all that, in addition to come up with a crisis management for us. So I ask that we quickly move on to the next agenda item so they won't have to spend 8 hours batching this video to go up. So for the television, because it's a small amount of money, these vendors have an extensive history with the city. They have a track record of doing good business. And I ask that we go ahead, allow other colleagues to speak, call for the question, and vote for this contract.
Our council rules allow everybody to talk twice for up to 10 minutes, which could be an hour and a half on every item. And I think it was the public works item where I forgot the time because I felt like some people were even over 10 minutes. So I'm going to respect everybody else that was in to speak. We talk about length of council meetings. I've said it time and time again. That's the council rule. We want to change it, amend the ordinance. So I had, after Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Shropshire, and Councilmember Cummings. Go ahead, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. What we have to keep in mind is they're doing work for the whole entire city, for every department. So it's just not for some. Economic development have things. Public work have things. Water and sewer have things. And then council. So you have town hall meetings. They're designing the flyer. They're writing the language, what to put out there on social media or the city's webpage. So they're covering the whole entire city. So whatever employee or department have something going on, they have to do it. You have a water, your power's out at 12 o'clock at night. You can't reach anybody. So now you have this crisis. You have them where they're up writing, putting out information as to your power's out. I remember years ago, we had a chemical spill in East Point back in early 2000. That was a crisis. We had to have someone to put out information about that chemical spill that happened in the city. So that is why they're here, to help, trying to take away some of the work, or not so much as take away, but to help when needed, to provide service to them. Now, will they use them? I don't know. But it's up to 20,000, which means that the workload could probably slow down, and they probably won't call them, but they're just there just in case. It's just like an attorney. You have them on retainer fee. Works just like that. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I think it's something that's needed because you have so much going on. So until they get the staff that they need, we're just stuck in a situation. That's what I'm saying. Does that help a little bit? Okay.
Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be extremely brief. Maybe perhaps if you can provide just something, a list of, what it is, what your activities are, just for a week, just to see, so they can actually see what your workload is, where you are, what you're doing, how it comes out, even what time it takes to do it or whatever, just to kind of give them an idea of truly what it is that you guys are doing, what we're asking currently 3 people to do.
So, Mr. Brown, I think that's operational. I don't know if we really need to get into the weeds. I know where Councilmember Cummings is going, but you know, I don't also want to start a slippery slope where we start asking that for every department. And, you know, it's challenging enough to try to run all the departments as a city manager, I can imagine. So that would just be my caveat on that. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so once again, my biggest concern was us writing a blank check. So we're saying we have authorized 20,000 to pay them up to $20,000 when we don't have a pay rate. We don't have any type of sense of what these fees will look like. But I do feel a bit more comfortable after the mayor stated that we do have to sign off on the contract. So hopefully there'll be some more details in that. But I just get weary when I hear tens of thousands of dollars in payments and nobody can really explain the payment structure or how people are getting paid. But I do have a better understanding of, I guess, the process. And I think we have to sign off on that also. So, but thank you for your time, guys.
Councilmember Shropshire, I can't remember if there's a motion on the floor. Madam
I was
City
going to
Clerk.
call for the question.
I can't remember it.
I think it
Just-
was.
I think we're just in on discussion
So
on the contract. Hold on a minute, Madam City Clerk. What, were we on the discussion of possible action motion? Councilmember, I'm asking the city clerk, what motion do we have on the floor? And then Councilmember Shropshire was in.
No motion on the floor, Mayor.
So it was just a discussion of possible
Yeah,
action.
you just been discussing it this whole time. No motion.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we approve
Where's Chief?
a possible action of public relations service for the Office of Communication with K. Warren LLC and Design Show Marketing, not to exceed $20,000.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Captain Robinson is right there. I didn't see you. Thank you, Captain Robinson. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler.
No.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes.
Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes.
The motion passed.
Thank you all so much. Next up is council discussion and possible action on East Point Main Street Association contract, July 4th celebration, 2024, for a total sum of $86,450.42. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action? Martin Rogers.
Yes. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the motion for council discussion and possible action on East Point Main Street Association's contract, July 4th celebration 2024, for a total sum, cash value of in-kind services of $86,450.
And 42 cents. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like Mr. Maceo Rogers to come forward and give a presentation to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Interim City Manager Brown. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Maceo Rogers, Economic Development Director. And of course, this evening we have with us Ms. Kristen Jackson. She is the president of East Point Main Street Association, and joined with her is Mr. Doug Watley, whom I believe is soon to be a member of the association. And also staff and city liaison to the association is Ms. Erin Rogers. And at this point, I will turn it over to Ms. Jackson to share with you and brief you on the plans for this year's 4th of July celebration.
Hi, good evening. So this is pretty much the same contract from last year. It's the same budget amount. And all we're requesting to do is put on the 4th of July salute to the red, white, and blue. I've been with East Point Main Street Association for about 10 years, so I'm very familiar with the run of show. And we have several volunteers from last year that are still engaged and would like to support and put on the same kind of experience.
Any questions? I have a question. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening.
Good evening.
Couple questions. What was the dollar amount that we gave on last year?
70,000.
It was 70,000?
What's the in-kind?
Well, yeah, the same amount. But do you mean like the dollar amount that, like funds that were transferred or funds that were issued?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you asking the amount of funds that were issued to us?
the-
Yes,
the
70.
total- The total amount. I know we did the 4th of July, but there were, to make sure that all the costs for all the other stuff, there were some other things that you guys were planning as well.
Yeah, we approved $200,000 in the last budget for
Okay, so
East Point
200,
Main
so
Street.
was that whole $200,000, was that all used for?
We did not receive that. We only got the 70,000.
Okay, so just what was?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know how that works as far as, so we approved to give him was it 200,000?
I was just about to ask the same question. So
Okay.
like council approved 200,000, what happened? Because it wasn't just 4th
Right.
of July, it was Taste of East Point and Destination East Point as well. So maybe Mr. Rogers or Mr. or Mrs. Rogers, like.
Thank you.
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, so we did approve 200,000 for those events. The association, of course, went through a time where the membership declined, and of course found themselves in a situation to where they needed to really rebuild that infrastructure. And of course, looking at annual events that took place or has taken place in the past, East Point, Taste of East Point, of course, this celebration as well. In the past, the Vegan Fest, they are at a point now to looking at what they can actually accomplish this year. And this event, which requires a lot of manpower, they're doing this and they're reassessing what they might be able to do with respect for the remainder of the year. And of course, you might be better able to address any of that. And Aaron, please come up and also share.
Yeah, I think originally they had presented for the 70,000, or actually they presented for a little less than that, but council wanted to embellish 4th of July yesterday. So that was actually increased and that was approved for the council to this.
200,000.
No.
For 4th of July.
Oh, no, the 70,000.
Oh.
And then
The-
when you guys
before-
were here, the discussion was, how do we broaden what they offer with additional services up to the 200,000? Unfortunately, again, being a nonprofit and volunteer-based organization, they weren't able to take on all those extra things. So they're coming back again with the request for the 4th of July contract, which is what they fulfilled last year, at this point being at the end of the fiscal year. And then, of course, moving forward, they can choose to put forth to council for that expanded amount of services. that they
Okay,
want.
so how much did 4th of July cost last year?
66,000.
66, so what's that, 134? We gave you, so if they gave 200,000,
No, only 70.
so that's what they approved, but you only just used that amount, so the rest of it, it was just, okay.
Right. I'm not going to ask for money that I can't have plans for yet.
Yeah, I just didn't know, so I was just trying to figure out, I know we approved for the $200,000, I didn't know if it was like, you give it to you, you kind of use it, is some still left or whatever, so no, that's not the case, okay. Now, next question. That was it, was anything left? So do you guys have, is there an itemized list of budget for what the?
I do have one. I can give you based on the numbers. from last year. It is not itemized in the contract because again, this is just the same contract pretty much that we used last year. But would you like for me to brief you on what we paid for? Because I can.
I mean, is it like extensive? I've just.
No. It's not that many things. For the stage with the lights and the sound, that would include the technician. That was roughly $24,000 for banners and signage. So the big banners that go along the side of the stage. There's about $5,000 for barricades and porta potties. We spent close to $6,000. Tents, chairs, tables, $4,000. For Radio One, who was our partner in promotion and also booking the musical talent, we spent a total of $15,000. That includes the artists' fees. Then we also spent $2,500 on like a additional like eating area for like around the food trucks, and then $2,000 on the kid zone. So we wanted to have like a completely free and safe barricaded off kids area. So that was $2,000. And then insurance last year was $2,000. We're looking this year at having to spend about $7,000 because of just the dates. So yes, that's about where we're at. Why we have come up with $70,000.
And the fireworks themselves.
The fireworks were covered by the city last year.
Okay, cool. Okay, those were my questions. So we're at about, you said 86, 450, 42.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so if I got this correct, you guys had a 200K budget. You only spent 66 on, or 80, is it 86 or 66?
So back to the budget thing. Initially last year, because East Point Main Street Association, due to COVID, had not done any events in several years. And they had missed timelines to ask for money. So we went and said, let's try to get the 4th of July rolling. In the past, and I've been on the board for about 10 years, there were other smaller events. But that is, I mean, being all volunteer based, it's a lot to manage. So really the 70,000 was all we were focused on. Then there was this, oh, hey, let's get East Point Main Street Association to get back to doing these events. We didn't ask for more money. We didn't come to the table saying,
No. So I'm actually kind of impressed with how y'all do actually use your financial skills, being responsible with our finances. So my bigger question was, because people blow through the budget all the time. So my bigger question was, if we didn't spend, I thought it was 66 or 86. Either way, what happened to the leftover money that was allocated for that?
It wasn't used, just stayed in the budget.
So is it still there, or how does that work?
Yes, I mean, it's returned back to the general budget.
So the bigger question is, could we use the remainder of that money, I guess, for this year? Is that already? Okay.
Yeah, the fiscal year closes on June 30th. This happens on July 4th. So I don't know if they're gonna break it up because they do have to do a level of planning before July 4th. Like you can't wait to July 1st to spend funding, which means you're gonna be spending, to Councilmember Mitchell's point, from the $200,000 that was already allocated. So what are we really talking about for July 1st to July 4th? The event will be planned by then.
That's what I'm saying.
That is correct.
Yeah, I think that's what.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So that's basically my question. If we have money left over, which I'm still impressed, but y'all did blow the budget. But okay, yeah. So that's my bigger question. So do we have excess money from last year's event to use this year? I think that. Right.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm just making sure the money didn't just disappear because stuff.
The money's in the
disappear
budget
around
for this contract.
Okay. Cool. So that was my biggest question, but thank you guys.
So along those same lines, one, has the city attorney reviewed this contract that's attached to the agenda? Because if not, that's a challenge. And Ms.
Ms.
Wiggins.
Attorney Wiggins stepped out for a moment. So when she returns, I can
Okay.
inquire if she's reviewed it.
Thank you. Secondly, we're still gonna be in the fiscal year where we've already approved 200,000. It ends on June 30th. The event is July 4th. There's probably gonna be minimal spending between July 1st and July 4th.
Mhm.
Right, and so, one, I think we already did a contract for last year at the 200,000. I know we had the discussion. I feel like there was a contract done after that. And so you might already be under contract for the fiscal year. I mean, it'll be in the next fiscal year, but the spending that you'll need to start marketing and all of that. And then, yeah, I'm just a little unclear. So we'll have to wait till the city attorney comes back to one, say whether or not this contract has been reviewed. But I feel like, Madam City Clerk, are you looking for that?
I can look for it,
If,
yes.
can you please look for it to see if we actually did a contract last year, because we're still in that fiscal year.
Yeah, so the only contract last year was for the salute to the red, white, and blue. During that discussion, when you guys approved that, it was made known that you wanted the $200,000 budget, but they weren't able to come forward to do a contract for that amount because they didn't feel comfortable where they were volunteer-wise to do that. So for last year, this was the only contract that was executed. This is an identical copy of that that's coming forward again to, pull off the salute to the red, white, and blue 4th of July contract for this year.
Attorney Hartley, has this been reviewed by legal?
It has not.
So, like, I mean, there's definitely support for East Point Main Street Association, but we can't approve a contract that hasn't been approved by legal. And this event crosses over 2 fiscal years. I mean, the second fiscal year by 4 days, but options are to table it and see if legal can get to it tonight. It's my understanding we have like 8 legal items for executive session tonight, so you all might be here a really long time. Or have it on the April 1st agenda so that the contract can be approved. I don't know what, I mean, I think it's important that legal look at it before we approve it. And legal, I think we only have, we have 3 or 5, they'll be short items before we get into executive session. I don't know if that's enough time to review it. We could table it until the end of the agenda to see if that gives legal enough time to review it before we go into executive session. Okay, so we get a motion to table this to the end of the agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we table this item until the end of the agenda.
Moved and properly seconded that we table the item to the end of the agenda. Any discussion? I guess my question is that East Point Main Street Association is not doing any other events. Is that what we're saying now?
So my plan was, when we came up with a budget for future events and then input from residents and council as to what they want and what works best, we can explore that. I'm not open to it. Just the planning of 4th of July is a lot, and it seems like a lot of times it was like right to the last minute. And so I was just trying to get ahead and get this done so it'd be the best event that it can possibly be. And then we can look at other events.
Okay. All right, thanks. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. That's item number 28. Number 28. Next up is item number 19, council discussion and possible action on IGA for provision of election services. Is there a motion to open the floor? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Madam City Clerk.
This is the intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County elections. We have to have a IGA established every election we have. So being that this is going into the presidential election, as of right now, per the IGA, it's going to cost the city $0.00 because the voting precincts and everything is already set up for the current presidential election. Therefore, with us holding a special election, it helps us out this year. And like I said, as of now, we pay $0.00. And this is just something that needs to be signed off on every election because Fulton County handles all of our elections. So they are required to have a agreement with each city that they provide election services for.
You by legal.
Yes.
Questions on the IGA for the provisional election services between Fulton County and the city of East Point for the Ward B at large special election to take place on November 5th, 2024. Can we get a, if no other questions, we need a, oh, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I guess my question pretty much, have we ensured that all residents know where to go vote for this particular election in Ward B?
When this
It's citywide.
Yeah, it is citywide, but when they send out that form for the voting then, because right now the information on the website is for the May primaries. But once they get through that, then they'll send out another schedule of the early voting and stuff like that. You're welcome.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we approve this item, number 19.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Item number 20, council discussion and possible action on a resolution to establish the qualifying dates and fees for the 2024 Ward B at large council member special election. Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, so this resolution is needed to establish the dates, of course, for this upcoming special election. The dates would be August 19th, 20th, and 21st. And qualifying hours would be 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., closed for lunch from 1 to 2, and then back open 2 p.m. till 4:30 p.m. The qualifying fees would be $480, which is 3% of the $16,000 that council currently receives.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Any questions? If not, is there a
Second.
been moved and properly seconded that we adopt the resolution establishing the qualifying dates and fees for the 2024 Ward B at large council member special election. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is request for council review and approve City of East Point Parks open and close hours ordinance. Is there a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Shropshire.
I would like to open the floor for discussion and possible action for approving the park hours for opening and closing for park and recreation.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open, Mr. Brown.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to answer any questions. I guess just to highlight what my recommendation was. Identified what we call our program parks. Also take into account residence homes. A lot of our parks sit right in neighborhoods. I'm in the process of doing new park signs for all of the parks that was approved on last month. And one of the dilemmas that we run into for the artwork is changing the times out when daylight savings occurs. A lot of the programs or the parks that I identified as program parks have lightings that set on timer. They can end at a certain time. Whereas with neighborhoods, if I do a late time recommendation, there are no lights and it's kind of tough to police that during daylight savings time. So my recommendation was to split the parks up into program parks versus neighborhood parks.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, Councilmember Ziegler, and comments.
Thank you so much for your presentation. What are the times again that you are recommending?
For the program parks, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and the neighborhood parks, sunrise to sunset. Mhm.
Across the board with all parks?
Yes.
And they have a sign on the front of the gate that indicates that as well, or some sort of signage that indicates at dusk, we are closed?
I went away from that. That's where a lot of the confusion came with the old ordinance. So a lot of times when we thought we were reading it backwards, in the current ordinance, it said that the parks were closed from night to morning. So when people were reading those old signs that were at the park, it was actually saying that's the close time. So when you were doing when the sunrise would come up, that mean the park was open. So the language was a little confusing. But as far as how our parks are situated, you have a lot of neighborhood parks and you have programs, but parks where we have a lot of programs. From the art standpoint on the new signs that we're trying to get installed, changing those times out every time daylight savings occurs could be an issue with how the actual sign looks because they kind of laser print the times on there. So I wanted to make sure we're all on one page before I spent those funds developing the new signs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Can you state the park hours again?
The program park, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
10 p.m. at night.
Correct.
And that's like John A. Milder Park.
Yeah, so I had a park.
Wait, let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Here's the problem that I have.
Mhm.
That's in the middle of a neighborhood. That park is open basically 7 days a week. That's a lot for that neighborhood to have to go through to 10 o'clock at night, especially on the weekend. And I think we had this discussion before because they did a car show over there on a Sunday. And those people had been through a whole lot all that week. And then they have a car show on the weekend on a Sunday when they're trying to rest. So I think 10 o'clock is just too late. Secondly, those signs can be designed to put a time on it and you can change them out. That's what we discussed. I don't want to hear until sun up to sundown because the sun can go down at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. No, we're going to have to put a sign as to what time they close on the parks because they're in people's neighborhoods. And I don't know how this council feel, but East Washington take a beating at John A. Milner Park. And to have that park closed at 7 o'clock, at 10 o'clock at night, that's not going to work.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkett. So I echo Councilperson Shropshire's sentiments about the John D. Milner Park. And I would also like to add Brookdale Park because currently it closes at 9. At least that's when the lights shut off. And I live basically in Brookdale Park. I am right there. And I know it would agitate me as a person to, still have the lights on. The lights are very bright. This is really conversation for another time about the lights being extremely bright. They're almost like lasers. I swear, it's too bright. But extending it another hour, it's too much. And so, that'd be John D. Milner and Brookdale. I'm not sure about the others because I don't live around there and they're not in my ward. So I'm not really sure about the people, I haven't asked people who live around there how they feel about it. But in my personal opinion, I think that 10 o'clock is too late.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Director Pinkett. What's the cost for the signs?
The signs range anywhere from $2,900 to $3,400 per sign.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Because my next question was, I know when they were, I know you, with daylight savings, the time changes out. And I didn't know if you could have them like seasonal signs that we could swap them out, and put those, actually indicate what the times are for the opening and the closing. But I didn't realize it was that big of a price tag on them. And roughly,
Yes, the signs are pretty large.
okay. Yeah. And roughly, how many signs are you?
We try to put out, I think roughly about 16 signs.
About how many?
And 16 signs.
16
That's
signs.
also including different signage to actually give instructions about littering and dog stations, the whole nine. But in particular, what we're talking about tonight is the big signs that you see when you come to the park.
Okay. And what are the program parks? Which parks are our program parks?
Identified Sykes Parks, John D. Milner, Brookdale, Sumner, and South Commerce. We're looking to try to develop pretty soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Freeland.
I was going to make a very elementary suggestion that touches on what two other council members have said. Have you thought about going old school where you have the opening and closing hours, you have some hooks, you get a sign made with a different time and you slide it over the hook for those months? Just an idea.
Yeah, definitely appreciate all the suggestions. In regards to the park on Sundays, in the ordinance, we're actually not allowed to do programs or anything of that nature, in particular with John D. Milner Sports Complex. My thought behind the 10 o'clock hour, we've invested a lot of money in some of the amenities at these program parks. So we're able to get into tournament play, not being on Sundays, but definitely on Saturdays. If we're looking at an hour difference, we can actually make adjustments to that to make sure we're not out there till 10. I can actually get with the sign company about the hooks. The only concern potentially with that is we have a lot of vandalism to our signs. So if it's on a hook, that can be easily removed, and then we'll be replacing the pieces.
Okay, I'll wait. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Mr. Pickett, you said we have program parks, correct?
Correct.
And would it be reasonable to assume that you have baseball at Milner Park?
Yeah, that's the plan.
So I remember playing Little League baseball. It was very much a family affair. My mom and dad, my little brother. And sometimes we would play in the morning. Then sometimes we would have tournaments at night. And because of the lights, that those tournaments will last more than just to 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes.
So would this ordinance affect your ability to have baseball tournaments where families can enjoy their time at the park?
Tough to say. I mean, there's so many different baseball tournaments and stuff that we can do. I know Sean invested quite a bit of money to get our lights together at that particular park. So trying to take advantage of tournament play, but we can take consideration of starting earlier with a potential cutoff of hours, hour earlier.
So
my thought process going into this was to take advantage of the tournament opportunities.
So are you saying that cutting the park time back from 10 o'clock will not adversely affect you?
Assuming we start earlier, and we have to just let the actual baseball tournament potential persons.
Do you use the park at that time now?
Excuse me?
Do you use the park at that late now?
The plan is to start marketing towards it with some of our outreach efforts to start getting used for the baseball complex during our normal downtime for baseball to try to make it more of a year-round thing.
Okay, so how do you use it for baseball now?
Recreational play.
Okay, so no organized leagues?
Not just yet. The lights just got repaired during the wintertime, but we're going to actively start pursuing baseball tournament opportunities to bring in revenue.
Okay, so my final question is, what time does the park at Milner Park need to close in order for you to effectively use the plan which you have programmed?
My recommendation was 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
So I was looking at the existing ordinance, and is it true that the only ordinance that we have deals with the hours of operation at Sykes
Sykes,
Park? The one
yes.
that you have is 9-1032,
Yeah, that's what I was referencing.
and there's 9-1031 that restricts ball games on Sundays during worship hours.
Correct.
Or after 6 p.m. on Sunday, which arguably that event that we got called on, that was on the
Shouldn't have
Sunday in
gone.
East Washington.
Correct.
Like, it wasn't a ball game, but the concern is that that says after 6 o'clock, and those people were there well after that, is my understanding. My daughter plays travel ball, and there are places where we can play later. There are places where we have to be out of there at the time that the parks close, and they cut all the lights off at the time that the parks close. And I think that goes to scheduling of the tournament. Some are 2 days, some are 1 day. I think, Councilwoman Ziegler says she lives right across the street from Bryant Park. East Washington is bombarded 6 days a week with all of the activity that happens at John D. Milner Park. And what was shared with me from the community and grave concerns is that Sunday is a day to rest. Like, if they're dealing with that and have been okay and supportive of programming Monday through Saturday, why are we allowing that on Sundays? Especially in that community with the number of programming activities that happen. I don't see the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. looks like it's every day. It doesn't exclude Sunday. And again, it doesn't address 9-1031 that says you can't play ball on Sundays during church time, 11 to 1 or after 6 p.m. And so I think, and I know we didn't have a work session this month, which is why we're talking about this tonight. Probably need some further discussion around this, Mr. Brown, because there are a lot of concerns from the community, and the community has been very tolerant, but like to do an ordinance that allows people to be at John D. Milner Park to 10 p.m. on Sundays or other areas. So like our program parks are still in neighborhoods. Bryant Park, Bryant Park is a residential, Sumner Park, Sykes Park, John D. Milner Park, and South Commerce, you're working up, like that's the only one that's not in a neighborhood area. The program parks are still like nestled, embedded within neighborhoods. I think that's something that we need to consider more and look at, again, this ordinance in conjunction with 9-1031. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so just a little bit, I had a couple of questions on that ordinance. You said, when it says ball, does it say baseball, basketball? Does it specify?
Oh, for the ball game?
Right. That's kind of odd to me.
Yeah, the restriction. Hold on a minute. It's a short ordinance. It says ball games playing on Sunday shall be an offense for any ball game to be played at any place in the city park within a quarter of a mile of a religious service in any church or place of religious worship, so that a religious service or worship is disturbed by noise from such game from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. or after 6 p.m. on Sunday. So it doesn't say what type of ball game, it just says ball game.
Okay, so my next question would be, is it within a quarter mile of John D. Milner? That's in a quarter mile of a church?
Yeah, so I mean, we got two things at play. I'm not impacting or recommending a change to the Sunday piece. This is more so for the opening and closing for those other 6 days.
Yeah, but on Sunday, you can't play ball 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. or after 6 p.m. So there's a 6 p.m. end time on Sunday, but you also can't do it from 11 to 1. There's a church right up the street.
On Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Well, go ahead.
Continue. No, so my biggest thing was it close to a church? One. Okay, I got you. So that negates my first point. But we do want to, like you said, we spent money on lights, and I think that complex might be outlawed from the rest of our parks in the neighborhoods, and the parks are more public parks. I forget how you name them, projects or project parks, whatever. So I do think we do want to expand, like tournament, that's a lot of revenue coming in. We have, different revenue for the city, for the baseball tournaments and things of that nature. But we do want to be respectful of people's, especially if it's in a quarter mile of a church. I can see that. This is just such a weird ordinance to me, but I think that it is for further discussion. I just want a little bit more clarification on that particular ordinance. Does it say how open it is? But no, thank you. I will yield.
I also think that there needs to be a meeting with the communities, especially East Washington, because John D. Milner Sports Complex is so large. So it can either be a one for the neighborhood or just one generally, because there are other communities as well. I think before we change this ordinance, we need to have community input around impact. And I get it, and I understand. Again, I'm at travel ball almost every other weekend. But the places that we go rarely ever are like right in neighborhoods. These are massive parks that are like out in areas that might not be as close to like they're not getting the lights. And the places where we've been, where there are houses nearby, like they shut down like immediately at a certain time. Whether the game is over or not, is it. So I think we definitely need community input. Again, John D. Milner Park has a lot of activities, and so I definitely would say East Washington, but I know there are other neighborhoods as well. So whether you do one meeting for the whole city regarding this issue or the neighborhood, we definitely have to have community input, I think, before we make a final decision. So with that said, tonight is March 18th. I don't know the likelihood of having a community meeting, having all of that resolved by April 8th. I think we probably could talk more on April 8th, though, about what you all are thinking as it relates to the revisions to the ordinance as based upon what's been shared, so that when we go to the community, like the things that have been shared tonight, we kind of work through those or have a conversation on that. And then after that, have a community meeting maybe in April. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Is this time sensitive?
We got a little time.
Okay, all right.
Because we already secured the actual vendor that's gonna do the signs. I just need to get a confirmation on what's gonna be the open and close times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can talk about a meeting schedule, like a public meeting schedule tonight, if it's not too late.
Yeah, so trying to determine that time period or that day and time of the meeting, I think we can leave that up to you all and kind of decide offline.
Okay.
But what I think we probably should do is put it on the April 8th work session.
Okay.
If you've had a meeting before then, great. But I think, there are a lot of concerns that have been shared tonight. 9-1031 in the ball game and those hours and the Sunday, and your intent by this amendment that you're proposing, like those have to interplay with each other. There have been concerns about the time and things of that nature. So at the April 8th work session, maybe we can have further discussion around like any revisions for a proposed draft that then we could have the community meetings based on. And then again, that would just be a draft. We won't make the final decision, but you all are very ambitious. Today is March 18th. The likelihood of having a town hall meeting or meetings before April the 8th, I don't know what your schedules are like.
Well, let me say this. Okay, so it's two different ordinances that's in place now. It's about the one in the open and the close, and then it's also one talking about activities on Sundays. We're not changing that in place. That's going to stay in place. So that's not going to change anything.
But that's only dealing with ball games, and it says they can't play at between 11 to 1 and after 6, right? So they are kind of connected, especially if part of this is to try to attract tournaments at the park. That might be 2-day, or you'll be limiting yourself to a 1-day tournament. Like,
Well, I was actually looking for my last conversation, just proposing Friday and Saturdays for opportunities for baseball games. Nothing on Sundays. Sundays rarely used for me out in the parks because of my staff. Right now,
right,
we're
and so
working
if
like
that's
7
the
days a week.
case, the ball game ordinance could potentially go away if no programming is happening on Sunday. It, right, like we have an ordinance that says it limits the time, but if we're not gonna do programming on Sunday, we might be repealing that provision 9-1031 as well. I just think we need to look at them both together.
So take a look at both of them. Okay.
All right, so April, Mr. Brown?
Just one last little detail here. What's the expectation for how many meetings before we come back on April 8th? You know,
That's the thing. I mean, it'd be quite ambitious to even have one, I think, at that point. But if you're able to, or we can have the meeting on April 8th and have staff bring back, we need to work through.
Yeah.
What are we actually gonna be sharing with the community that we're revising? Are we keeping 9-1031 that says you can't play while people are in church, 11 to 1 and 6, right? Or are we gonna like get rid of that one and just have one ordinance that deals with all of it and might even address the Sunday and not just the limitation around ball game?
you understand?
Yes.
So I think that's what the April 8th work session could be, and we can try to get some more resolve around that before we go to the community.
Okay.
And have the meetings after that, and then the next work session. And then the meeting after that, hopefully be able, so the work session in May and the council meeting on the third Monday in May, we potentially could be ready to take action if we've worked through that. All right, so April 8th work session for this one. Oh, we'll tell the clerk. Next item is 31, council approval of staff submitting grant application to Georgia Department of Transportation for environmental concerns. Is there, I think we need to open this floor, the floor for motion, floor for discussion and possible action. I see Ms. Echeverria potentially getting up. So can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Brown, I see Ms. Echeverria approaching the podium. I think she wants to clarify something for us.
Is this the environmental concerns?
Yeah.
GDOT? Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Melissa Echeverria, the Water Resources Director for the City of East Point. And so item number 31 and 32 are the same. There is not a GDOT grant. This is the congressional directed spending from Ossoff, Warnock, Williams, and Scott. We submitted last week a $2.1 million stormwater project. I plan on submitting another project for $2.5 million for sewer rehab and rehabilitation. I believe the request is for me to apply also for the sound barrier for the Sun Valley community, which will come up to $1.5 million.
Right, and then there's also the Williamsburg community and the oh my goodness, what's the Lord's area off of Camp Creek, where there is a GDOT easement on the Camp Creek part. Yeah, but hers is it backs up to Camp Creek Revere. That's her Revere Court, but her property backs up to Camp Creek Parkway, and they've cut out all those trees.
Okay, so what we did was a few
Says
weeks
about
ago,
12 residents over there, I think.
we visited Georgia Department of Transportation. We also sent them a request for a sound barrier feasibility study. And in response, GDOT did send a letter back to the city indicating that pretty much since they have no intentions of widening 285 or what they deem a type 1 project planned in the next few years, that there's nothing to mitigate. So it's a sound barrier just doesn't qualify at that time. Now, in that letter, they also indicated that they don't have any planned activities off of the transportation improvement plan or the ARC improvement plan. So I think there's other avenues in which we can connect with those organizations to get a sound barrier approved through those means, because they pretty much are saying if it's not identified on a statewide plan, you're probably not going to get funding for it. No, so that's the thing with congressionally directed spending. We cannot get funding to put a wall in GDOT's easement. The only way to do it is, again, if all of the property owners are willing to give us an easement, 20 foot, to build a sound barrier off of GDOT's property. Now, the only thing about when we mention sound barriers and wall, I'm under the impression from Jennifer Emo is that once they see that, and if we're not coordinating with GDOT, you probably can submit, but you're probably not going to have funding allocated for that project.
So, and it sounds like an abundance of caution, while it might not be Sun Valley, like there is a GDOT. There is a need to try to get funding from GDOT to address some of these environmental concerns.
Yes, it just has to meet a type 1 category or be on a statewide plan or the ARC's transportation improvement plan.
Right, so could we still do a motion to approve staff submitting grant applications to address GDOT environmental concerns? And that would.
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean as part of our ask, we would submit an additional application to erect this sound barrier on GDOT right away and or something like that?
So what Ms. Echeverria is sharing, the one for Sun Valley, because there's a highway that cut through it, it might be eligible for congressional direct spending at the federal level. But there are other areas within the city where GDOT has an easement on property that they've cut down trees and there's impact in the community. And there might be other ways to go through GDOT, through grants or other avenues to address these concerns. If we're not saying which neighborhoods, if the motion is to approve staff submitting to grant applications to GDOT for environmental concerns, that's open so that when those opportunities come up, those can go, she could go at whatever path forward. I mean, we can get updates, but that would allow the move forward. I think she said they already applied for $1.5 million.
No. That's how much the sound barrier would cost.
You said you already applied for
A
something.
$2.1 million stormwater improvement in the Normanberry area. And then we have another 2.5 that will be submitted for a major sewer rehab and rehabilitation throughout the city.
And is that, you're talking about the congressional directed spending?
Yes.
Okay. You see what I'm saying?
No, I see what you're saying, and maybe it's me, and it's late, and that's probably why too. Okay. This congressional spending is different than, okay, all right, okay, all right.
We have 31 for GDOT and 32 that was added for CDS, congressional direct spending.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam. Just want to say for the record, Councilwoman Gordon and I tried to get funding for Sun Valley and the Williamsburg community with sound barriers. GDOT told us the same answer that they told our Director of Water and Sewer. The only way that GDOT would give us funding is under certain requirements, which was again defined tonight. In addition to that, funding for Sun Valley has been tried to get those barriers placed since Vincent Fort was a senator. And there was some money that was allocated at that time that was not spent or was not able to do that. So this is an issue that has been for Ward D representatives for a long time. In addition to that, when Councilwoman Cummings and I met with our lobbyists, when we talked about the congressional funding, it was mentioned at that time of Ms. Echeverria's request for money for stormwater, and that a request had been made to our lobbyists to submit to our representatives, the congressional and the Senate representatives, for funding for sound barriers. She too also echoed what our director just said, that it's very difficult and unlikely for us to get funding for those sound barriers because of how the money is allocated. So I just want to say for the record that I am very sensitive to this problem and worked on it for years. And we even tried to get sound barriers when we were doing the conversion diamond interchange, because we thought that maybe it was close enough so that we can get those barriers. And we were told the same thing. Barriers will not come from the state until 285 is widened or major road work done. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Sure. Thank you for your presentation. And I just wanted to ask you these questions since I have you up here. I know we're talking about environmental concerns from, I guess, highway noise and things of that nature, and there's money out there for the congressional direct spending. Does that apply to airplane noise? Is there any money out there that we can, I'm not sure if that's GDOT, or I would think we would have the same environmental concerns and actual physical concerns with, the decimals are beating up from the engines and beating up on the houses and stuff like that.
Know that in the past, there was a grant and opportunities for people to put extra padding, like in their attics versus, but this is strictly solely for GDOT. I know other cities, like City of College Park, also is a major concern with having additional airplane noise. I mean, of course, we're so close, we can actually see them.
Right.
Yeah, so definitely there have been in the past grant opportunities for noise abatement, but for residential homes more so.
So even like they have like the noise mitigation machines, they look like little solar panel, I guess that's the way I can describe it. Even with something like that, and because we can say we have an environmental concerns, airplanes are flying right over our heads, destroying our houses and stuff. Do you think there's any type of money for those type of mitigation or noise mitigation devices?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's always the opportunity to look and see what we can find that'll be tailored to the city's needs.
Cool. Is that something we can look into, or? I know we on a totally type of subject, but I just wanted to.
They're related because it's either GDOT or congressionally directed spending, so.
Okay, so that hasn't been concerns of my constituents. We can barely have a conversation outside without having to yell, so that would be awesome if you guys can also look into that when you have a chance. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And thank you so much for all of your work on this. But I just want us to pivot for a second, because one thing that I noticed when traveling up 285 and 85 North, 85 South, 285, one thing that I have noticed that is consistent is once you reach a certain area, South Cobb Drive, for example, they have privacy walls all the way up to the perimeter. But once you pass South Cobb Drive, coming back towards the South Fulton, there are no privacy walls. They pick back up once you are entering, I want to say, Noonan, Georgia. So I don't know if you'd be able to answer this question or not, but what is the difference between the South Cobb and their privacy walls and its no privacy walls to help relieve residents who are living very close to that interstate? And with all of the people living in the state of Georgia using those highways and byways, I just wanted to pivot the conversation for a minute, because yes, this has been an issue. However, how come there are certain privacy walls along certain highways and then on others, there are not?
Yes, and so those areas that you're talking about, they've had multiple additions versus any type of improvements along the interstate in the city of East Point. And so according to the Federal Highway Authority, if they are planning on widening an existing road, they have to mitigate any type of noise pollution. And so they categorize those as type 1 projects. And they don't have any type 1 projects right now currently in the city of East Point. And so those other areas, I've traveled through the state for various things, personal business, and of course they're doing some type of construction. And that's when they do the construction, that's when they qualify for the sound barrier / wall.
Councilmember Buck.
Thank you. I wanted to give you a little shortcut too regarding what my colleague, Councilmember Mitchell stated in terms of noise mitigation. I did have a conversation with Congressman David Scott. So that the person that we probably want to talk to about that. What happened, here's an update most recently. There were some monies afforded for mitigation, but they didn't go to residential. He was concerned that they only went to apartment complexes, and he expressed that he would look into that. So if you could follow up with that, that may help you too. That's what the conversation he and I had regarding the airport noise mitigation. And if that can help you, that would be great. His team should be familiar with that. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, did you have something?
No.
Okay. So these items were added for there to be approval of staff submitting grant applications to GDOT for environmental concerns. It sounds like there may be a number of opportunities out there to explore funding models, funding sources. Things change over time. Congressional directed spending just came back a couple years ago. And so that was the reason this item was added. And then we'll go to the next one of council approval of staff to submit applications for congressionally directed spending to our federal delegation members. We were emailed a list of things on the day that the lobbyists had a meeting with Councilmember Butler and Councilmember Cummings in DC, but didn't coordinate a meeting for all of us. And we know that staff has been working with them to submit different applications. I mean, it was a number of different things in the package. And so the reason that this has been added, and we know that some applications have already been submitted, Councilmember Cummings brought up something regarding the congressional directed spending, and Councilmember Martin brought up the GDOT environmental concerns. So at the time that we added them to the agenda and approved the agenda, that was anticipation of what action would be taken on these items. Is there a motion on council approval of staff submitting grant applications to GDOT for environmental concerns? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion regarding council approval of staff submitting applications for congressionally directed spending to our federal delegation members? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? We need a motion to take item number 20, remove item number 28 from the table.
Motion to remove item number 28 from the table.
It's been moved and properly. Hold on a minute. It's not 28. It's not 28. It's 18. Thank you, Ms. Attorney Hartley. I just looked at 28. I was like, that was on consent. It's late. Motion to remove item 18 from the table. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. It's my understanding that the attorneys have reviewed the contract and talked with EPMSA about it, made some changes, and provided the updated contract to the city clerk. Has that been uploaded to the website? Or if you could email it to all of us. We have we have hard copies. Are we okay with item number 18? The motion to approve the East Point Main Street Association contract for the July 4th celebration 2024 for a total sum of $86,450.42 as revised by council.
Question.
Okay, can we get a motion
So
for
moved.
this? Okay, and a second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Shropshire.
Madam City Attorney, have you reviewed the contract?
Good evening. Yes, Councilmember Shropshire, we did review the contract. I stepped out and talked with Maceo and his team. We made a few changes. It needed a term and also a guarantee that the report relating to the funds and how they're spent would be provided to you no later than August 2024. And if you do want a report sooner than that, they have to give it to you. And then lastly, you can terminate this contract if you so desired by giving 30-day notice to the other party and vice versa. And then if it is terminated, they have to return any unused portion of the funds. The last thing we added is that this is a free event to the public because it is in kind and general fund donation to ensure there's no violation of the gratuity clause.
You're fine with it?
Yes, I am now.
Okay, thank you.
And we emailed it while we were sitting in there. Kristen emailed it to Maceo and to Ms. McCullough, but it didn't come through. They were using Google Docs, which is new to me. So I just tried to email it again. So hopefully you guys will have a copy of it so you can see those changes I just mentioned.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We are now at council comments from council. Any comments? I know we have a number of executive session items. Legal, how many and for what type?
I have comments.
I'm gonna go back to Councilmember Mitchell. Go ahead. How many executive sessions?
We have one real estate issue, and then the remaining, which is 7, and unfortunately because of the miss, we didn't have that meeting for a second. Monday, we have 7 legal issues, litigation, and recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Brown, do we have any executive session items from staff?
Just one personnel, and it's real quick.
Okay. Do we have any executive session items from council? So, I think we should have, 3 regarding 3 of our direct reports: city attorney, city manager, and city solicitor. So that would be 4 if we, include Mr. Brown's. So it'll be 5 personnel, 7 litigation, and 1 real estate. We'll go to council comments now. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, could I have the lovely city attorney I asked you about a law earlier about dealing with information coming out of executive session. Would you read that for me, please?
As Councilmember Mitchell just asked, while sitting in this meeting, he did ask about what happens if items from executive session are shared, I guess, with the public or leaked. Hopefully, I captured your issue correctly. Frankly, I've never been able to, and I did email this to you, Councilmember Mitchell. I've never been able to find any authority that actually sanctioned an elected official for violating the intended confidentiality of an executive session. Obviously, there are many approaches to penalizing, bringing that to the council's attention. I mean, you've got your ethics ordinance, you've got two references in our state law, one of which is the violation of an oath by a public officer, and that's in the Criminal Code, Title 16, Chapter 10, and then unprofessional conduct, which is categorized as a misdemeanor in Title 45, Chapter 11. I also wrote in the email to you, Councilman Mitchell, a letter from legal reminding of the requirement to be discreet with executive session matters is also appropriate. So there are a number of ways that the council could approach this issue. I'm certainly not advocating for anyone to be charged or cited. The entire council, the mayor, the city is the client. And so I do not advocate for that. I'm just telling you what the law provides when an issue like this may occur.
Thank you. But could all of that be considered unethical? In a very broad, basic sense of the word.
Ask your question again, sir.
Could all of those descriptions be considered unethical?
So the descriptions I gave you were references in the law that could address behaviors that would violate the confidentiality of an executive session.
Which I would consider that to be not above board and unethical. But my biggest concern is when you send your family members up here quoting stuff from executive session. It's clearly, we've been trying to find a link, but since all of that stuff is on record, we have witnesses, I would find that to be unethical. And if I did, what would be next actions with that?
So if any member of the public or any member of this council sought to pursue any ethical violations against any members that are subject to the Code of Ethics ordinance, that is not something I would represent them on. Neither the bringer of the action or even the named person who is alleged to have violated the ethics ordinance. Right. So that's not something I would represent you on. Or like I said, the named individual provide legal advice on, so I could not provide you with any legal advice on what you should do next. Because that's a person-to-person issue. I represent the city as a whole.
Okay, so even in that context, so if information is coming out of executive session that could potentially, it's confidential for a reason. Just like we work with certain health records and other records you guys are privy to are pretty confidential. And I think if somebody were to break that confidentiality, there's usually some type of repercussion, either, like you said, written, verbal, any of the above. But however, I feel like if that's not addressed, we'll keep having these issues. And that's just my personal point. So I just wanted your legal opinion. I know you said it was some type of state law or whatnot. I'm not sure if that's even in our, or if it's in our.
So let me just clarify, because it takes a vote of 5 people to give a legal opinion. I think you asked her a question and she just citing the law. I just wanted to say that because she's been trying to be very clear about what her role is and what she's doing.
I do apologize. You gave me your best guidance to your knowledge as an attorney. And thank you. That's pretty much what I wanted to know. And I thank you for helping me with that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to take this time to remind the people of East Point and anyone who can hear this that Senator Ossoff's office will be hosting constituent services on Wednesday, the 20th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The senator won't be here. His staff will be here to help with constituent services. That would be passport information, veteran affairs, Medicaid, Medicare, anything that you would need his office to do. So this is a great opportunity. East Point is blessed to have the senator provide his staff here in the city to address any of those issues. So even if you know someone who doesn't live in the city, but they want to address issues with the senator, he will be here at City Hall on the 20th, which is Wednesday at 10 a.m. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Yes. I believe Mr. Reeve is gone, but I received an email today from a resident that's on Ridgecrest. And Miss Jessie, if you take this down, because Mr. Brown is not here. They're having problems with people speeding on that street, so they're using it as a cut through. And they asked about some traffic calming devices that could go back there. So if we can have staff to look into what can they possibly do to try to take away some of the traffic that's going back there on Ridgecrest and Ellenwood with the speeding and causing other problems to the situation. I was gonna respond to Mr. Mitchell, but I'm not gonna waste my time responding to a non-factor. I think when Mr. Black came up here and attacked my mom, I said, if you have any questions, you can ask her. She will be here. And she came, and he had no questions. So end of that. Thank you.
Anyone else? It's late, so I won't even announce Healthy Point again. People will probably sleep. We have 1 real estate, 7 litigation, and 5 personnel. Can I get a motion?
Motion to, what are we doing? Motion to recess into executive session for
1 real
1
estate,
real estate,
7 legal,
7 legal,
5 personnel.
and 5 personnel.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. And I know you all are patient. And with 8, we'll take the litigation, the legal items first, because I think that's where we have the most people present. And
Since y'all was down here discussing what he did, when my mama came, I'm gonna tell her she can come back and address all 3 of you.
I will, thank you. This look good, like to continue. I'm locked out.
You don't have a key.
No, I don't, they don't love me that much.
I think,
An order of speed?
unfortunately, I think forensic audit is gonna have to be the last one. I think the other ones will go quicker.
I have two that will be a lengthy conversation. Mr. Johnson, not so much. Miss Melissa's not so much. I don't know who those people are.
That's Marta in the back.
Oh, that's the real estate. And then we got the solicitor. So I'm gonna let you call it, Madam Mayor. This is your meeting. Don't put me on the spot.
So I,
We got this on.
something, zoning, water board. Water should be quick, right?
Okay, I would agree with that.
So I promise you
The real
that the
estate.
message to my man, if I do this right, although for real, I don't think it's gonna take quite a bit of time, you won't be waiting too long. But I wanna try to get through the bulk of the ones that have people in the order that right. Can I get a motion to reconvene? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. And a motion to, in the matter of Anastasia Arena AG Development Group LLC versus City of East Point to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. For the claim of Willie Hall, it's the right name? Willie Hall. Motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Regarding the East Point Transfer Station, get a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So move.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And regarding the claim of 40, regarding the claim of Darren King, former city manager, can I get a motion to proceed as discussed in
So
executive
moved.
session. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. In the, motion to approve resolution authorizing the mayor and the city attorney in the event that negotiations are unsuccessful to initiate condemnation proceedings pursuant to OCGA 32-3-1 at SEC on behalf of the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. As it relates to the professional services for information technology professional, motion to
So moved.
authorize the city manager to engage information technology professional services consultant.
So move.
Does that sound right? Okay. Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. A motion to extend the interim city attorney services of Attorney Laren Wiggins for 60 days with an additional $5,000 per month. And the $5,000 per month is effective, and that 60-day period starts April 1st, 2024.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Oh, on discussion, it is actually, what's the name of your firm? I'm sorry. The motion is to engage Attorney Wiggins of LF Barnes Law.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded on the yes, on the extension. All those in favor? Aye. You got that, Madam City Clerk? Okay, all those opposed? Motion carries. Regarding the interim solicitor, motion to extend the contract extend the engagement of Kim Cornwell Law PC as the interim city solicitor for an additional 60 days plus an additional $5,000 effective April 1st, 2024.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. I did say an additional 5,000. That meant additional 5,000 per month. That 5,000 was per month. Thank you. Did I do per month on the other one? I didn't. Okay. Parliamentary procedure, if you can help me figure out how to clear that up. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Would I have to do a motion to reconsider and then, or?
Amending it.
So a motion to amend, a motion to reconsider? Oh. To add language to the original motion. Okay, so motion to amend the motion regarding the interim city attorney to amend the motion to add per month for the 5. Is that all in one motion? Okay. Should y'all approve adding that language to the original motion? You're gonna call for 2 votes. One to add it, and then one now on the language with the added, on the motion with the added language. Yeah, I just feel like our rules have that motion to reconsider. I'm not familiar with the rules I'm pulling from. Robert's rules, that's what I was thinking. I think we're saying the same thing, but in our rules, it's just called a motion to reconsider. Yeah, I think it's rule like 26. Where it's the same thing for when you don't have that motion. If our rules don't apply. If we have special rules of council, like if, but it's the same, we're accomplishing the same thing, I just think. That's the charter. See this one. $27. Only a councilman that voted in favor of a vote to make it. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. We can do a motion to reconsider. I was thinking about another. So motion, same thing as motion amendment. So a motion to reconsider the, we need a motion to reconsider
Motion
the
to
item
reconsider.
regarding the interim city attorney.
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we reconsider. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. A motion to extend the engagement of LF Barnes LLC, correct? Hold on, I'm not done. LF Barnes LLC. As our interim city attorney for an additional 60 days plus $5,000 per month additional, effective April 1st, 2024.
So move.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes.
Oh, motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion, that part? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. A motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Good morning.